Okay, I'd like to extend a welcome here to the University of Bath. Our first presentation, clearly inspired by Daft Punk, is called Better, Stronger, Faster, looking at innovative design in rugby. And we have three excellent presenters who are going to give 15-minute presentations. After each presentation, there will be 5 minutes available for questions and answers. We will take questions directly from the floor, and I believe we will be receiving some questions as well, which will be coming through from social media. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first guest to come and present, Dr. James Betts from the University of Bath. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me to speak today. It's obviously very easy to take up the invitation because I'm keen to be at this meeting, and also I'm obviously based in Bath. I'm a reader in nutrition and metabolism here, and I recognise many faces from the floor from my undergraduate classes. So you know who I am. My next question to you is, who is this? That's right, an interactive lecture. Anybody? It's not H.G. Wells. So this is one of the most eminent physiologists of all time, J.B.S. Haldane, and I love to start this lecture with a quote from him. At the end of his illustrious career, he finished with this quotation: he has two impressions remaining after a life of scientific research. The first is the inexhaustible oddity of nature. So that's a very kind of holistic overview of science, and that things are strange in nature. So you'd expect the second one to be equally a kind of broad-ranging truism, but that is the remarkable capacity of the human system for recovery. And this reminds us that recovery can be from all sorts of things, any kind of insult or damage, getting hurt physically, mentally, or, as is the case we're talking about today, the ability to take part in exercise, sometimes to the point on the brink of complete physical exhaustion, and then sometimes minutes later being able to do it again, sometimes the day later being able to do it again, and sometimes maybe weeks later being able to do it again. So I will be talking about recovery today, specifically post-exercise recovery, and maybe more specifically for the shared interest today, recovery from rugby competition and training. And the title I've given also states protein, although my approach is going to be very much to start with number one here, talking about short-term recovery per se, and despite the fact protein is obviously important, as with most things exercise, carbohydrate is king. So we need to start that context with your recovery of carbohydrates, and then we will move on point two, to consider the possibility of extra protein in the diet for recovery. I'm not focusing so much today on adaptations and trying to get your body to adapt and get better at the sport. We're really talking about the recovery element rather than repair so much. Although the third and final part of the talk, I will then lead through that time course going from an overnight recovery to next day to multiple days. And you can see the approach I take here. I'm fairly allergic to bullet points, so you won't see a single bullet point from me today, which might be a good thing first thing in the morning, that there's no reading to do. Although as a scientist, I will be giving you lots of yummy data to look at. I'm also aware that although we all have a shared interest in rugby exercise today, there's many different specialisms in the room. So although I will delve into some mechanisms, I'll try and keep this a more practical overview about what we can do nutritionally to help with recovery. So without further ado, then we start with this first part of short-term recovery. And as with any nutritional consideration, in my view, you can break it down into the three components of when, what, and how much. So this is our short-term recovery process. Some people question whether less than 8 hours recovery is really relevant in the real world. I would argue that they've never worked with elite athletes in that case. Elite athletes are always training and competing quite frequently, so they want to recover fast. And here, on this vertical axis, you have muscle glycogen, and we can see that exercise, this was prolonged cycling in this study, but recent studies have really demonstrated glycogen use during intermittent sports and specifically rugby. And then when that's depleted towards the end of a game or practice, this would just be on a normal diet, fairly moderate carbohydrate, and you can see the body will recover on its own, what's called a biphasic response, quickly at first and then more gradual. But this is going to take up to 2 days to get back to where you started. That's not acceptable for an athlete who needs to train more than every few days. So we're looking to accelerate recovery and specifically focus on this short-term part. We need athletes to be recovering within the same day, if not overnight, so they can come back and do the same thing again. I'll whiz through these considerations about carbohydrates then. In terms of timing, this figure is not based on data per se, but a synthesis of the various studies that have been done when we wrote this review, really demonstrating that if you're going to ingest carbohydrates, that window of opportunity that we often hear about really is supported by evidence, in that if you feed carbohydrate early in the post-exercise period, ideally immediately after exercise, you get the most rapid synthesis of glycogen to fuel your recovery. Whereas if you delay by an hour or 2 or 3, that's going to be a more gradual accumulation. And for any of you who were at the biochemical meeting last week here at Bath, you will have heard Professor Eric Richter, really the leader in documenting this, demonstrating the precise mechanisms through which the increased blood flow and greater insulin sensitivity are responsible for that rapid storage after exercise. But you can see the lines coming back together at the top. So even the poorer strategy of, let's say you had a rugby game or training session and you didn't manage to access any carbohydrates for several hours afterwards, after 8 hours or more, that inferior strategy will have caught up. So the implication here is if there's a shorter interval between training bouts, you need the carbohydrates right away. If you have a day or so to recover, then don't worry about that. Onto our second consideration at the top then, type. And there's many considerations that come under the heading of type of nutrition. In relation to carbohydrate, I'm just going to give you 3 examples of studies that we can think about here. Here we have a more chemical comparison of glucose, sucrose, and fructose, which sugars you might choose to ingest. It tends to be glucose or sucrose in most of the commercially available sports drinks. And you can see here the muscle glycogen synthesis rate. In these kind of studies, they exercise people and then feed them one of these solutions and see how quickly their muscle stores glycogen here, which is an indicator of their recovery. Glucose and sucrose are broadly equally effective. Fructose looks inferior. This is quite an old study now, but happily I've always talked about this study and implicated the possibility that liver glycogen storage might be affected by fructose. Javier Gonzalez, my colleague here at Bath, we published a review on this last year. So if you're keen to go and look at that paper in American Journal of Physiology, we really go through the different effects of different sugars on muscle glycogen storage more holistically and the role of the liver in recovery. A second figure I hesitate to show you because I really wouldn't want any of you to show any of my undergraduate students that I drew a graph this way. This is unacceptable to have a graph without standard deviations on it, of course. But you can see here that there was a difference with a much faster rate of glycogen replenishment. If we're not talking about necessarily the chemical level of glucose versus sucrose, but a more realistic perspective for athletes of whether we have high or low glycemic index carbohydrates. You're probably all aware, I'm sure, that high glycemic index carbohydrates are those that arrive in the body and increase your blood sugar more rapidly after eating them. So it makes perfect sense, of course, that if you need to recover quickly, you want a carbohydrate that appears quickly. I should add that these studies also tend to take another biopsy about 14 hours after exercise, and we get the same pattern as with that immediate feeding, that if you have a day or more to recover, you can tell your players it doesn't matter if they prefer low glycemic index carbohydrates. That carbohydrate will eventually end up going where it needs to in the muscle. But if you need rapid recovery, you need to go with the high glycemic index carbohydrates. And the third and final aspect of type of carbohydrate I'll talk about now is that most practical one for the athlete of, do I have to bring carbohydrate food or a chewy bar or something, or do I have to have a sports drink? Remarkably, there's actually been very few studies on that quite fundamental question, but those that have been done are similar to these data here. No difference. So if an athlete prefers to have real food rather than a solution, a drink after exercise, that doesn't make a difference really for their carbohydrate storage. It may start to have an effect if they're ingesting vast quantities of carbohydrate, which some bigger athletes may do. And they would also have to think about hydration, of course, separately then. But if an athlete has a food instead of a drink, that doesn't make a big difference to their recovery, at least of glycogen. And then before I move on to talk about protein, the final thing I'll talk about here in terms of amount of carbohydrate is the amount to ingest. And rather than showing you the full range of literature on this topic, I can show you a summary paper that we published a few years back. I've actually kept this up to date, and every X on this chart here is a separate study that's looked at some level of glycogen depletion and then fed people with these different levels of carbohydrate ingestion. You can see you can't really answer the question here, if I ingest 1 gram of carbohydrate per kilo body mass every hour, what rate of glycogen storage will I get? Because these are different studies. But the trend line does demonstrate to you that there's a general dose response here, and it seems that ingesting just a bit more than 1 gram per kilo body mass per hour seems optimal for recovery. The question I always have when looking at data like these, though, are, that's great for storing muscle glycogen. Does this actually mean that that athlete will be able to come back to training a few hours later and perform better, or at least as well as they did before? A series of studies we did here at Bath looked at exactly that, where we fed different doses of carbohydrate here and demonstrated that that does come through. So we can take away the conclusion that you should maybe tell athletes that over the 3, 4, 5 hours after exercise, whatever their body mass is, if they weigh 90 kilos, they want just in excess of 90 grams of carbohydrate each hour. So we've dealt with part 1 then, and we've got the basis for carbohydrate feeding and recovery, and the main question then is, how does extra protein add to that, or does extra protein add to that? And this figure from that same SportsMed review we had is where I've put together the studies in black. These are the symbols for studies where they fed carbohydrate, and then the white symbols are when they added some protein in recovery to see if they could speed that recovery process. You can see here from the trend lines that actually if you're ingesting suboptimal amounts of carbohydrate, if for some reason you don't have access to it or you can't get it in, a small amount of protein might help. But if you're already meeting guidelines for carbohydrate intake, that protein won't help with glycogen synthesis. It might help with other things, as I'll discuss, but it won't help with glycogen synthesis. The paper I'd point you to on this was a Perspectives article that myself and Emma Stevenson wrote, where we both argued our case about whether or not you should add protein after exercise. I won't go into the full details, but if you're keen to see that paper in MedSci Sport and Exercise, I think between the two of us we found a good balance of the key points on each side of the argument. And just like I showed you for carbohydrate, we have then translated this into performance and demonstrated that just as ingesting more carbohydrate in recovery can help you come back and exercise for just as long, adding protein, just a small amount of amino acids, we're not talking about a protein shake here, but just a carbohydrate drink with a small amount of protein in, maybe 0.3 grams per kilo body mass per hour of recovery. That will add to your recovery of glycogen if you've ingested suboptimal carbohydrate, and increase your time to exhaustion so you can do more training later in the day. So I'm going to show you 2 other findings from that study. One was just because we were interested to see the mechanism through which protein might improve your second exercise bout. We did take biopsies during that second exercise bout in this study, and you can see here that while muscle glycogen use didn't change dramatically, participants did seem to use a bit more blood glucose and blood lactate as an energy source to fuel their exercise. But most interestingly, another thing we did was to look at human growth hormone to see what might be driving some of these metabolic responses. Growth hormone, this is lovely to see as a scientist, that for the 2 carbohydrate treatments we got precisely the same mean and standard deviation, whereas you get a 50% increased response when the protein was ingested, which is something we wanted to look at more. And so I just work across the bottom in the last couple of minutes here. I can show you that, yes, you get a growth hormone response to training in the evening. I know many athletes might do a workout late in the evening, but that growth hormone response is no greater in magnitude to the one that we all get at about 2 or 3 in the morning, just due to our biological rhythms. And most importantly, in this study, when protein is added, you're not seeing any difference in that overall growth hormone response. I don't think that's necessarily important for protein synthesis, and indeed the study that went along with this data here demonstrates that there is no greater protein synthesis in that time. As we move to the next day then, just going out of that short-term recovery, This study here, I think, is probably the best demonstration that athletes who are doing intermittent sports must be on a high carbohydrate diet habitually. Here you can see if they consume their normal diet between 2 days of training, day 1 and day 2, their performance declines. Whereas if we put them on a high carbohydrate diet, they don't just do better than the other trial when they didn't have high carbohydrates, they even do better than day 1. So if an athlete comes and trains and ingests high carbohydrate, they don't just come back as good, they can come back stronger based on this study. And the very final slide I want to leave you with then is to start to consider multiple days. And I think this is a good place to finish, because these 3 electron micrographs at the top, when we're talking about multiple days, I think particularly in sports like rugby, there's a lot of hype about having protein, antioxidants, all sorts of supplements or ice baths, rollers, because they're going to make your muscle repair itself. So if we look at the structure of that muscle with this beautiful uniform structure, when you exercise, even before you take a hit from somebody, just the contractions can cause this popping sarcomere theory where one tears, and by the end of exercise, this is the mush that you're looking at in the muscle. So I would say keep this in mind when you hear that protein or another supplement is going to help somebody come back recovered the next day, because the rate of that protein synthesis is a fraction of a percent. So the muscle still looks like this. So I would urge you, when you're considering these next day studies, look at data to do with actual muscle function, not kind of systemic measures of muscle damage. So when we've looked at muscle function with protein added, we don't see any benefits of the protein to get people to come back stronger the next day. It might help them adapt over time, but the next day they won't have recovered any better. And just for completeness, this is a final study we did on antioxidants, where similarly, I haven't seen any of these supplements actually improve recovery from muscle-damaging exercise. So that's all the information we've been through. The key messages I'd say from those parts are carbohydrate is king for recovery. Get those recommendations right. The icing you might add onto the cake is possibly extra protein in certain situations for recovery. And as we go to overnight, next day, and multiple days, the picture really is that carbohydrate remains important. Protein may be for adaptation, not for short-term recovery. Thank you very much for your time.
Excellent presentation. And what I'd like to do now is open it up to questions from the floor. I think we have time for a couple of questions at least. You see hands up. Somebody must have some good questions, I assume. No? I do have a question, James. I've kind of discussed this a little bit with one of your colleagues, Javier Gonzalez, and my particular interest is in terms of recovery changes you might see from a developmental perspective. So obviously there's a number of hormonal changes, some changes in the metabolic system prior to and post-puberty. How would that, or would that in any way influence some of these relationships that you spoke about today?
So certainly some of the hormones that have been questioned as to whether they're as important for muscle adaptation and growth in adults, they've now been questioned, but I don't think there's much doubt that those are certainly important as you're growing. In terms of whether you could use a nutritional supplement to affect those, or whether it would affect those, I think that's part of the reason that I wouldn't recommend supplements like that during a growth stage for youngsters, because they don't need it. The research hasn't been done to that extent to know what that would do. So the short answer is I don't think we know what the effect on maturation would be, and for that reason I wouldn't be looking to optimize performance in youngsters for that reason. I think they just need to stay healthy while they train.
And in terms of glycogen replenishment, will we see any changes there post-pre-puberty in terms of diet and supplements?
Certainly some of those hormonal changes during maturation could potentially impact glycogen replenishment. Because glycogen is typically measured using muscle biopsies, and very few groups understandably apply those in young children or adolescents, again, it's something that we don't know, but we could speculate those hormonal changes would affect the net effect on glycogen storage.
Okay, thank you. Quick question. Yep, at the back.
Yeah, thanks, James. Stu Bailey from Edinburgh Napier University. I know this isn't necessarily directly applicable to rugby, and you were talking about recovering for the next day's training. But in other sports, we start to see some research coming out now about depriving carbohydrate feeding in order to increase the magnitude of the adaptations for endurance. Is that got a place in rugby, or has that not been looked at yet?
So, I mean, it's, as with many questions in science, wouldn't be a yes or no answer. I think many people have taken those kind of polar opposites of you should have no carbs or you should have loads of carbs. I certainly think there's a place for it periodised, and there's a lot of data emerging now that having some training sessions in a carbohydrate depleted state might maximise the adaptation for the minimum input of physical work during exercise, but you certainly want other training sessions where the lack of carbohydrate doesn't limit your ability to train. So I think we must remember that it's the exercise itself that drives the adaptation more than any of the nutritional effects. So any nutritional intervention that would aid the adaptation can't undermine the capacity to train in the first place. So I think there's a place for carbohydrate restriction in certain sessions, but the majority of the time, and certainly for performance, I'd still be of the mindset that athletes require carbohydrates to optimise that.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, James, for your presentation. I'd like to thank James again, if you could.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is going to be Sean Williams from University of Bath. Excellent. Well, thank you, Sean.
Cool. Thank you, Sean. So my name's Sean Williams. I'm part of the Rugby Science at Bath research team here. And today I'm going to be discussing some of my thoughts around the latest evidence and potential future directions on the topic of modelling the load-injury relationship. And as Keith mentioned, we are hosting a workshop on this very topic this afternoon, where we'll go into these issues in a bit more detail. So I hope to see some of you there for that. So in terms of how workloads are related to injuries, I think this framework, published by Johan Wint and Tim Gabbett last year, does a really good job of explaining how workloads fit in. So if we start with a predisposed athlete, an athlete with a certain set of internal risk factors, some of which will be modifiable, some of which won't be. At some point, to be classed as an athlete, they're going to have to undergo some workloads. So we're going to have to apply some workloads. And that very exposure to workloads is going to expose that athlete to external risk factors and to potential inciting events for injury. So we have a susceptible athlete. So in rugby, those types of inciting events would be typically things like tackles, collisions, and high-speed running. But workload also has two additional effects that we can probably guess, so fitness and fatigue effects. If we apply a workload, and in particular a workload that an athlete isn't accustomed to, we're going to get fatigue in the short term. And that fatigue is going to have a negative impact on those internal risk factors, things like neuromuscular control and tissue resilience will probably have reduced in the short term. So that this predisposition to injury, when we next apply workload, may have changed slightly. Equally, over time, we know that correctly applied workloads will have the effect of improving an athlete's fitness, and that can have a positive effect on those modifiable risk factors such as strength, neuromuscular control, and tissue resilience, which over the long term can improve that athlete's tolerance to injury, so that when we apply these workloads and expose them to inciting events, they may have a reduced potential for injury. So that's the important part that workloads have to play in injury risk. Now, in terms of modelling those fitness and fatigue effects, I'm sure anyone who's interested in this topic area will be familiar with the acute to chronic workload ratios, which have become very popular over the last kind of 18 months or so. Very briefly, the acute part of this relates to recent workloads that your athlete has undertaken, and that's typically looked at over the course of a week or so. And that's said to be analogous to the state of fatigue in that athlete. We then have chronic workloads, which will typically be average loads over a 3 to 6 week period, and typically 4 weeks has been used most commonly. And that's said to be analogous to the state of fitness for that athlete and the loads that they have been prepared for. So as an example, if we had 4 weeks of training loads, as we have here, the average in that 4th week would be 125, and so the acute to chronic ratio in that week 4 would be 200 over 125 and a value of 1.6. And no talk on load and injury would be complete without seeing this slide. This summarizes some of the early studies around the acute to chronic workload ratio and injury risk. And it shows that there seems to be a sweet spot region of around 0.8 to 1.3 for that ratio, where injury risk is reduced. And compared to that, if you go above and potentially below that sweet spot zone, injury risk seems to be higher. And that's been shown across a number of different settings now. So Tim's paper on this, the training injury prevention paradox, does a really good job of explaining that concept, and that's a great place to start if you're interested in this topic. That was published in January of last year. And in May of last year, Paolo Manapsa wrote this correspondence piece to BJSM, questioning the use of rolling averages as part of that acute to chronic calculation, for reasons that I'll go into shortly. Tim's group then, a few months later, replied to that piece to say, yes, rolling averages are the best method because they have evidence, they've been linked to injury risk across a number of settings, and no other method has been shown or investigated. So for now, this is the best approach for modeling acute and chronic workloads. Our group then wrote this correspondence piece a little while later, suggesting the use of something called exponentially weighted moving averages as an alternative to those rolling averages. And again, very briefly, what these do is apply a weighting to workloads that have been undertaken more recently in time, and that weighting will decay off as you go further back in time, so that workloads that have been undertaken further in the past are given less weighting in that average. And we suggested this as a potential alternative to using rolling averages, which will give the same weighting for any day included in that time frame. And then in December of last year, this paper was written and published comparing the two methods, and it seemed to suggest that the exponentially weighted approach was slightly more sensitive to detecting injury risk than the rolling average approach. And for me, this was a really nice example of kind of the scientific process happening. So from Tim's original paper in January through to the publication of these ideas, and then finally the publication of this paper, actually giving some evidence on those ideas. That all happened in less than 12 months, which in scientific terms is incredibly fast. So it was really great to see that process happening. So here's the results from that comparison paper. We can see R-squared values for the rolling average acute to chronic workload ratio models of around 0.4. And then with the exponentially weighted, we can see higher values of around 0.8. So it seemed to be more sensitive to detecting injury risk and seemed to better fit the data in this example at least. Now, the reason I think they worked better in that scenario will hopefully be apparent on this slide. So here we've got a month's worth of simulated workloads, and at the very end of that month, I've put in a really big workload. So on day 33, there's this big spike in load, which is double anything that athlete has done in the preceding month. This red line is the acute to chronic workload ratio calculated using that exponentially weighted approach. And this green line is the acute to chronic using that rolling average approach that was originally suggested. Now you can see, these dashed lines are that sweet spot zone for the ratio of 0.8 to 1.3. And you can see over the course of that first month, these two approaches are pretty similar. They map each other quite closely, and there's no real differences there. But what we do see is after applying that really large workload on day 33, there is a difference between the two approaches. The exponentially weighted method shoots up to 1.52, which is outside of that sweet spot zone, and would suggest that this athlete is fatigued and potentially needs to be held back from training for a day or two at least. Whereas the rolling average method only increases to a value of 1.03, which would be right bang in the middle of that sweet spot zone and would suggest that this athlete is ready to undertake more loads. Now, intuitively, we would imagine that applying a load like this, so double what this athlete has done in the last month, would induce a fair amount of fatigue and would mean that they're probably not ready for more training loads, at least the next day after that load. And that does play out with the exponentially weighted method. So as I said, that shoots outside of that sweet spot zone, whereas with the rolling method, it doesn't. And the reason for that is that, as I mentioned, this approach is given more weighting to this really high load that was undertaken most recently, i.e. the day before. and less weighting to these zero and low load days that were undertaken further back in the week. Whereas the roll-in method approach is giving the exact same weighting to this day as to these 0 days and low load days earlier in the week, and so it doesn't go up quite as high. And I think that's part of the reason that this was shown to be more sensitive as an injury indicator. The other thing I like about this approach is that if we look from day 33 onwards, we've stopped applying loads in this athlete. And what happens with the exponentially weighted average method is that we get this nice smooth decay, which would continue to gradually approach zero if we spread that time frame out over a longer distance. Which is how we imagine if this represents the athlete's preparedness for training, we would imagine that if you stop applying loads, that would slowly decay down, and that's how we know things like fitness and fatigue respond in real life. If we compare that to the rolling average method, we've stopped applying loads, and it kind of jumps around up until day 40, and then from day 40 to day 41, it's gone from a value of 1 down to 0. The reason for that is that at day 41, we've now got no loads in the last 7 days, and so the acute part of that calculation is 0, and so our ratio is 0. Now again, intuitively, if we're saying this is a measure of preparedness for training and on an injury risk, it doesn't really make sense that on day 40, this athlete was right in that sweet spot zone and perfectly prepared, and then the next day, he's gone down to 0. So again, I think the exponentially weighted method seems to better match what we know about the physiology of fitness and fatigue and how those two things respond. So moving on, this is an example of a squad of, in this case, cricketers, and their relationships between the acute to chronic workload ratio and injury risk. And the point here is that there seems to be individual differences in those load injury responses, and those can be important and I think are quite interesting to look at. So, for example, here, if we just pick out these two players, we can see there are quite stark differences in how these players can tolerate loads. The player at the top, his curve is much steeper, and at pretty much any given value of the acute to chronic ratio, he has a higher inherent risk of injury. Compared to the player on the bottom, this player seems really robust. His level of injury risk doesn't really increase until you get to extremely high values. So he just seems to be able to tolerate loads better than the player at the top. And we're starting to understand some of the moderating factors that might explain some of those individual differences. And again, this paper by Johan Wint does a really good job of explaining what mediators and moderators are in this relationship. But effectively, they're things that can act as dimmer switches that can either turn up or turn down that relationship between workload spikes and injury risk. So one of them is listed there, aerobic fitness, and there's some evidence for that. This is from Shane Malone's group in Gaelic football, and it shows that here we have 1K time trial times. Those players who are slower to complete that, i.e. are less aerobically fit, when exposed to spikes in workload, so acute to chronic greater than 1.5, have a much higher risk of injury than the fitter players. So again, suggesting that poor aerobic fitness is a moderating factor for that workload-injury relationship. And this is evidence from Marcus Colby's group in Australian football, and this suggests that chronic workloads might be an important moderating factor as well. So the blue lines here are for players with high chronic workloads, the red lines for players with low chronic workloads. And again, this suggests that those with high workloads across quite a large range of the acute to chronic ratio have a lower injury risk and seem to be able to handle even quite high values of that acute to chronic ratio much better than those players who aren't prepared and who have low chronic workloads. And one of the things that they concluded, and I would certainly agree with this, is that multivariate injury risk modelling allows you to consider these interactions and moderating effects between all these different variables. And I think that's going to be important as a next step in terms of understanding what makes some athletes tolerate those loads and others break down. Another cool recent study that I really liked was this one by David Carey, again from Australia. This looked at using optimization techniques to start planning workloads. So rather than just looking back at what's happened and the relationship between acute to chronic and injury, they're now using that information to plan forward and plan potentially safer workloads. So this was an optimization study. So the aim here, the model was given the goal of maximizing the total volume of training undertaken across a 120-day period, e.g. a pre-season training period, but with the constraint of having to keep the acute to chronic within these safe bounds, so it wasn't allowed to go above or beyond that 0.8 to 1.3 boundary. Now this is good in that it allows you to plan fairly objective workloads which are safe, and it also allows you to answer quite interesting what-if scenarios, such as what if we allow that acute to chronic to go up to 1.5, how much extra training volume could we get into this period, or what if we had 2 extra weeks off in the off-season, would that give us enough time to get our players safely up to that chronic workload that they require? Now myself and Adam Sullivan, who hosts the website progressiveathleticperformance.com, we've put together a kind of free version of this for that works in Excel using the solver function, and I'll be going through that in a bit more detail in the workshop later if anyone's interested, but you can get hold of that at that website. Okay, so I'll just finish off by talking about what I see as being some of the future directions in this area. And obviously, technology is going to be an important one. Over the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen huge advancements in things like GPS units and accelerometers and the kind of accuracy and accessibility of those types of devices. And I'm sure we're going to see that continue to accelerate to a point where we'll have garments with integrated devices, and I came across this paper yesterday talking about implantable monitoring devices into the athletes themselves, which will give us a huge capacity to measure real-time data of all sorts of types, but probably has lots of other implications to think about too. Related to that, I think it'd be, hopefully going forward, we'll be able to look at different types of loads together rather than looking at things individually. So at the moment, we have a good understanding of how, or we're starting to get a good understanding of how training loads relate to injury risk. There's been some work around match loads and injury risk, and life loads, which I'd class as things like stress and sleep quality, etc., and their relationship to injury risk. But no one's really been able to integrate and look at those three things together to see how they interact and to see how that total load piece corresponds to injury risk. So that's something that hopefully with improvements in technology, we'll be able to improve. And again, related to that, there'll probably be improvements in the analysis techniques that we're using. So this is an example of a machine learning technique. As we start to get more and more data from things like improvements in technology, we potentially need different ways of analyzing that data above and beyond traditional linear models. So some quick conclusions from me. I think it's fair to say current best practice thinking around load monitoring is that players and athletes need high chronic workloads to be prepared for the demands of competition. But those need to be achieved quite gradually, and we need to avoid rapid spikes in workload, which seem to be quite dangerous. Now, the acute to chronic ratio is potentially a really good way of keeping an eye on those rapid spikes and avoiding them. And the exponentially weighted method that I talked about earlier might be more sensitive to injury risk than the rolling average approach. We're starting to understand more about the moderators of that load-injury relationship, and I think that will be important going forward. But certainly aerobic fitness and chronic loads look to be important. I showed you that study of optimization techniques, and I think that would be quite cool going forward so that we can start to at least plan objective training plan designs that meet those safety constraints. I've highlighted technology analysis and the integration of different types of workload together as being important areas for future work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Very enjoyable and very informative presentation. I'd like to see if we have questions from the floor now related to Sean's talk. Question there at the back.
Hi, Sean. When you were comparing your moving averages versus
You just use the microphone for the people online, please.
Sorry, Sean.
Yep.
When you're comparing your moving averages versus your exponentially weighted averages, did you go back to see if when the workload spikes that the exponentially weighted identified that the rolling averages didn't? Did you go back to see if the occurrence of injury, the incidence of injury, did reflect the risk that's been suggested?
So that example I went through there was just simulated data, just to show how the two differ in their response. And I guess I was using that to point out why I think potentially that Nicholas Murray paper saw that the exponentially weighted was more sensitive to injury risk. In that paper, it seemed to be at the very high ends, the high acute chronic workload ranges, that it became particularly more sensitive. And I think that kind of points out the reason why when you do have those one-off spikes, the exponentially weighted average seems to jump up and react more readily than the roll-in average, dependent on the loads that have gone before. So I think that's part of the reason why, but that data that I showed there was kind of simulated to show the point, really.
Thank you. We have another question there at the back.
Hey, Sean, question. How did you, or can you remind me how you settled upon the exponent for the exponentially weighted moving average?
So we use time frames of similar to the typical work of 7 and 28 days in that case. I don't have the formula on my slides, but yeah, those time constants were the ones that we use for the alpha values in that calculation for acute and chronic, respectively.
Did you simulate different values to see whether there was an optimum, or did you just use the ones that were most commonly used? Yeah,
so for this example, I just used the ones that are most commonly used, but Stephen West's work, we're going to start looking at those different time constants to see if there is a more optimal time constant to look over. Because, yeah, there's no reason 7 and 28 days have been used most commonly, but again, there's no reason that they might be the best. There's evidence from Australian football that I think looked at 3-week periods for the chronic lows, and that seemed to be more effective. So that's something that we're going to look at as part of Stephen West's PhD.
Okay, we've got one really quick question, one really quick answer before we move on, if that's okay.
This is probably quite a quick one. Just to ask how you quantified your load when you were looking at the chronic versus acute. I've read basically about kind of crossing over subjective and objective measurements and wondered how you did it in your...
So we use the session RP method. And Stephen will talk about some of the reasons behind that potentially when he talks about his PhD in the next session. But yeah, that was all done using session RP. But the concept would apply to even objective measures like GPS units, etc.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. Okay, conscious of time, so we'll move on to our next presenter. Thank you very much. And she's going to be talking about kicking performance in rugby.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Bath, for inviting me to present today. My presentation is going to take a slightly different tact in that it's not an overview of an area, it's more a presentation of a study that we conducted, with then the implications of those results kind of identified. Before I get going, I'd just like to thank a number of people, so both Neil and Grant, who supervised the project, Jack, who helped with the data collection, and then John Callard, who was working with the England under-20s during the 3 years of the data collection and provided over 20 kickers for us to test and analyse. So really helped us with the sample size of the study. So between 2002 and 2011, 45% of all points scored in international rugby union matches came from place kicks. And over this time, the average success percentage of the kicks was 72%. Although other factors must be considered, clearly an improvement in this percentage would be of benefit to a team in order to help improve the chances of a favourable match outcome for them. Sports biomechanists have therefore kind of focused on trying to understand what successful kicking performance means and how that can be achieved. So some previous studies have looked at kicking leg kinematics, the effect of the support foot placement, and the role of the non-kicking side arm. But these studies have typically been conducted in a laboratory. The full flight path of the ball can't be tracked in that sort of situation. So they've quantified performance based on the ball velocity that the kick has achieved. In this instance, a ball's kicked with a velocity that allows it to travel a set distance and just pass over the crossbar. If a kick's obviously taken with a faster velocity, it will travel a greater distance, it will go across the crossbar from a greater distance, and would be considered a better performance. But in a place kick, the ball doesn't only just go over the crossbar, it also has to pass between two upright goalposts. So the direction of that ball flight also needs to be considered, and it hasn't really been accounted for in many of the studies that have been conducted to date. Also, whilst the previous studies have looked at key kinematic aspects of technique, the underlying kinetics of the skill are poorly understood. So the purpose of this study was to address those two factors in order to be able to provide recommendations to both coaches and to kickers as to how successful place kicking may be achieved. In order to address that purpose, two main research aims were proposed. They were to identify the differences in key kinematic and kinetic features of technique, and this was between groups of place kickers who achieved different performance outcomes. We also looked to understand why these features are associated with varying levels of place kick success. So, 33 kickers volunteered to participate in the study. They played at levels that ranged from amateur to full international, and each performed a minimum of 5 maximal range place kicks in a lab. 80 retroreflective markers were attached to both the kicker and the ball, and these were tracked using a Vicon motion capture system at 240 Hz. We also recorded ground reaction forces under the support leg using a Kistler force plate at 960 Hz, and these data were synchronized. This allowed us to construct a 14-segment full-body model in Visual 3D using an inverse kinematics approach, and then we could determine the three-dimensional joint kinematics and kinetics. All of the data were time normalized between the top of the backswing and ball contact, so that's the phase we were looking at. As I said, the kicks were taken in a lab, so we had the same problem, that we couldn't track the full flight path of the ball. So instead, we actually simulated it. Using the measured initial ball flight kinematics and previously measured in other studies aerodynamic forces, we could update the position of the ball using equations of motion. So it was updated continuously until it was either going to drop below the height of the crossbar, indicated by the dotted line on this left-hand figure, or it would have passed or hit one of the 2 upright goalposts, indicated by the 2 lines on the right-hand figure. So as you can see in this example, it would have hit the left-hand upright in that. We could then estimate the maximum distance that a kick could be successful from, and that's indicated in this example at just over 36 meters. Okay, so using our simulation, we could say that the kick would have been successful from 36 meters, but from any greater distance, it would have hit the left-hand upright. Using that method, we could then identify the best kick for each kicker, and then group the kickers. So we group the kickers firstly based on that maximum distance they achieved, with those that achieved more than 32 meters separated from those that achieved less than 32 meters. And the reason we use 32 meters is because that's the average distance that kicks were taken from in those international matches that were sampled in the previous study. We then subdivided the less successful kicks based on the reason for failure, so those that missed wide or those that would have dropped short. Once the groups were identified, we could then compare the initial ball flight kinematics and the total hip and knee joint work done by the kickers, and also the thorax and pelvis orientations of the kickers. So the first 2 sets of variables were done using magnitude-based inferences, and then statistical parametric mapping was used to compare the time histories of the segments. So of the original 33 kickers, ultimately 30 were placed into 3 distinct groups. 2 kickers were excluded because they achieved a maximum distance that was within 4% of the 32-meter cutoff, and 4% was our predetermined error in our ball flight model estimates. So that left us with 18 kickers that were classified as long. So they were successful from more than 32 meters, and then we had 13 kickers that were successful from less than 32 meters. 8 of those were considered to be wide left because they would have hit the left-hand upright. 4 were short because they would have hit the crossbar, and only 1 was identified as a wide right that would have hit the right-hand upright. As there was only 1 in that group, we then excluded that from the subsequent analyses as well. So, although the long kickers achieved a substantially greater maximum distance than both the wide left and the short kickers, if we look at the resultant ball velocities of the groups, there was no clear difference between those achieved by the long and the wide left kickers. This is quite an important finding because if we'd have used resultant velocity to group our kickers and to determine performance, as has traditionally been done, we'd have considered the long and the wide left kickers to be as successful, when clearly there was a big difference in their actual overall performance. So I'm going to talk you through the kicking leg kinematics and kinetics of the 3 groups, and then also use some upper body kinematics to explain the differences that we see. So these figures depict the kicking leg knee and hip joint angular velocities from the top of the backswing, which is labelled as minus 100% here, through to ball contact at 0%. The long kickers are the black line, the wide left kickers are the blue line, and the short kickers are the red line. And these conventions will be used throughout the results section, so try to remember the colours. The patterns seen throughout the kind of downswing of the kicking phase are similar to those previously reported in rugby place kicking and in football, so they're not particularly exciting, they're not telling us too much new, but the hip's flexing throughout the whole downswing. The knee is initially flexing for probably around the first 40% of the downswing, and then it begins to extend all the way through to ball contact. What is interesting, though, is looking at the joint kinetics. So these explain how the observed motion is achieved. And with the kicking knee, if we look at the left-hand figure, this is depicting that initially for the first 60% of the downswing, or 75% more, there is a resultant knee extensor joint moment. Okay? And initially that's acting when the knee's flexing. So there's a single period up here of negative knee extensor joint power. Okay? So it's got an extensor moment, but it's flexing. Once the knees then reach peak flexion, the extensor moment's working to initiate that extension through to ball contact. So then there's a period of positive knee extensor joint power before, just prior to ball contact, where we see a resultant flexor moment as the knee's extending, and there's a period of negative knee flexor joint power. If we calculate the total work done at the knee in each of those three phases, we then compared between the groups. So there was differences in all three phases between the three groups, but of particular interest to us was this figure here, where we saw the long kickers did substantially more positive knee extensor joint work than both the wide left and the short kickers. If we look at the hip, we saw that the hip was flexing throughout the kicking phase, throughout the downswing, and right up until just prior to ball contact, there was also a resultant hip flexor joint moment. So that meant there was a single period of positive hip flexor power and therefore positive hip flexor joint work. This figure shows something slightly different to the knee, in that the wide left kickers did substantially more positive hip flexor joint work than the long kickers, who in turn did substantially more than the short kickers. So we're starting to see different strategies here. The short kickers did substantially less joint work at both the hip and the knee than the long kickers, okay? And that probably explains why they achieved a substantially reduced kicking foot and ball velocity. But the long and wide left kickers achieved comparable ball velocities. We saw that earlier. But they seem to do this using two different strategies. So the long kickers used more of a knee extensor strategy. They did more work at the knee. But the wide left kickers did more work at the hip. So they had a more hip flexor strategy. And the reasons for these two different strategies start to become apparent when we look at the pelvis and the thorax. So with these two figures, an angle of 0 degrees represents a segment that's front onto the target, so it's square to the target. A negative angle is that it's facing towards the right-hand side for a right-footed kicker. So for both segments and for all the kicking groups, generally they were facing towards the right-hand side of the target. If we're looking at the different groups, you can see the short kickers were significantly more front-on with both their pelvis and their thorax throughout the downswing. So they were far more square to the target. When looking at the wide left kickers, though, they've got a very similar pelvis orientation to the long kickers, but a significantly more front-on thorax orientation. This difference in the two segment orientations has previously been seen in soccer instep kicking, and it's been termed the tension arc. In soccer, it's believed that this creation of the tension arc stretches both the hip flexors and the trunk flexors, which can then utilise the stretch shortening cycle in order to achieve a faster kicking foot and then ball velocity. So it's thought to be quite a good thing. Probably explains why we saw the wide left kickers did more positive hip work, because they were able to use this stretch in order to do that. But it seems to be at a detriment to their accuracy. And that's kind of where potentially this difference in the long and the wide left kickers' performance is coming from. So just quickly to summarise the results of that before moving on to the implications. So the wide left kickers did substantially less positive knee extensor work, but substantially more positive hip flexor work compared with the long kickers. And this was likely due to that creation of the tension arc. The short kickers, on the other hand, did substantially less knee and hip joint work than the long kickers, and they also adopted a more front-on pelvis and thorax orientation. So what does this mean? How can we use this when we're kind of looking at performance and training? So if we're looking at those for results of the wide left kickers, we can say for those kickers that may tend to miss to the kind of left-hand side of the goalposts, they may want to look at some acute interventions to reduce the dominance of their hip joint. And this may be through a reduction in this creation of the tension arc. So when we saw at the top of the backswing, they had a more front-on thorax orientation. So if they can be encouraged to adopt an orientation where they're facing further to the right-hand side, this won't create that stretch across the torso. Also, we saw as that stretch was released, the trunk rotated. So it rotated towards the right-hand side of the goalposts. And previous research in rugby place kicking has suggested that thorax rotation may actually have a negative effect on the accuracy of the kick. So if they're rotating their thorax, that might be another reason why they're less accurate. Whilst it wasn't a focus of this study, we didn't look at the strength differences, but there is a chance that the reason that the wide left kickers favour the hip is because actually they don't have the strength in their knee extensors to be able to utilise that strategy. So if there are some differences in the strength there, then it may be beneficial for them to look at some strength training interventions as well. On that kind of concept of strength training, obviously the short kickers did substantially less positive work at both the hip and the knee. So if they've got some strength differences in both their hip flexors and knee extensors, then strength training could be useful to them too. And finally, I didn't present this in today's presentation, but the short kickers also were seen to approach the ball a lot slower in comparison to the long kickers. And that's often termed intent by coaches and kind of kickers in the field. So we suggest that actually if they can increase that approach velocity, they may be able to transfer the momentum that they have during their approach to their kicking foot and achieve, therefore, comparable ball velocities. One thing to note, though, in that is that the reactive strength of the stance leg would be important because that is ultimately how they're going to break themselves in order to transfer the momentum. If they are able to approach the ball faster, they will likely result in a longer final step and may be able to adopt a term called their full natural triangle. This is a key characteristic identified by John Callard in his technical model of kickers and encourages greater kicking leg retraction. So the triangle goes from the kicking foot to the non-kicking side arm to the stance foot. And he believes that widening this and stretching it will enable the kicker to have greater kicking leg retraction and therefore a better kicking performance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex. Do we have any questions from the floor to begin with, I guess, on the subject? Excellent presentation, by the way. Really exciting stuff. Any questions for Alex? We have our biomechanists. We've got one over there.
Sorry, it's just a quick one. I might have missed it. Is that for right footers?
So there was a mixture of right and left footers, but all the data was inverted for right footers, basically. So some of them, the left footers could have missed right, but we inverted the data just to make it easy to compare.
Any more questions? Dario?
Thank you, Alex. Well, while you're presenting, I was thinking about energy transfer, and then in the last slide, you're talking about linear momentum. I was wondering whether you got this difference between the long and the wide left kickers, and maybe if you try to understand if there is a difference between linear momentum transfer and angular momentum transfer, you might get also an idea of why they kick that way rather than so wide left rather than long. What do you think about that?
Definitely. I think as this is kind of the first study that's actually identified these differences, and there's been a few little studies, so in soccer and in Australian rules, that's maybe identified that there might be different strategies employed. This is the first one to kind of show it, certainly in rugby. And I think now we're starting to get that idea. It's certainly something that we'll progress on to and hopefully be able to develop to get a better understanding of why and how.
Any more questions? Yep, Ezio.
Hi, Alex. Great presentation. Thank you. I wonder whether the visual cue might have an effect on the kicking performance, because I guess you tested mostly in a lab, and so the situation might be slightly different from what players experience on the field. So do you think that might have any influence on performance? Or
So the kickers were all instructed to kick into a net, basically, but the net had a target. So it had a target down the middle, and the instruction was to visualise that as if it was the centre of the posts. So they were kind of provided with that assistance. In terms of whether that would be different to on the pitch, obviously they're not on a pitch, so there would be differences there. But if we compare the kind of ball flight characteristics and the velocities achieved, it's similar to what has been seen in actual field studies. So it doesn't look like their actual performance was different. So I think it's okay.
Alex, I have a question. You did a really nice job there of integrating both some of the aspects of physiology, strength, power, etc., but also looking at things such as, the biomechanics of it. Now, one thing that, thinking back to my own sort of a background, psychology, is there any, do you have any insight as to how psychology might interact with those factors, things such as maybe anxiety regulation, or any plans to also look at the role of that discipline in relation to performance?
So one of my colleagues is currently doing a PhD looking at some anxiety factors and skill acquisition and the effect of also different locations on the pitch and different times within a match, those kind of factors. So yeah, it's in progress.
Right. So any interesting findings yet so far? Or?
Not that I'm aware of, to be honest. I'll let him present that at a later date.
Okay, excellent. Well, one last question at the back. A very quick one, if we could do that as well.
Yeah, thank you. Was there any considerations about where you hit the ball, especially so the point of contact? Some kickers have might hit underneath sweet spot. Was there any considerations in that area? So
we allowed them to kick naturally, so they could set the ball up how they wanted to. They were allowed to bring their own tees. It was all kind of controlled by them. But we have got that data, so we've recorded it, and we've also starting to do another study as well to look at some high-speed data of kind of the ball impact and the effect of different tee angles and that kind of thing. So it wasn't a focus of this one, but we are looking at it down the line.
Splendid. Thank you very much, Alex. Once again, thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation to all of our presenters today. Thank you.
Does this need to be? Oh no. Good to go.
Quick swap round of chair. My name is Dr. Polly McGuigan, for those of you who don't know me already, and it's my pleasure to chair our next session, which are our teaser trailers. So these will be 5-minute presentations from PhD students who are at various stages during the research process, but they're going to give us a little bit of a teaser of the work that they're carrying out and give us a few tips on things that might be coming up in publications in the future. So our first presenter is from the Rugby Science Group here at Bath, not quite yet Dr. Mark Atkinson, but Mark is going to talk to us about understanding risk, demand and physical development in English Academy rugby players.
Thank you very much, Polly. Thanks for having me, everyone. Hope everyone's doing all right. So I suppose just to start off and get a bit of context, for me, I'm really interested in what I call talent actualization. So that is the journey from starting a particular, let's just say, sport, because this is the context we're working in, being involved in a talent pathway, and then, okay, going into an elite setup. Okay, so we've got points A, B, and C. Basically, what my research looks into is filling in the gaps in between there, providing us with the evidence, with the insights, and hopefully some mechanisms to enable us to answer the questions, okay, and inform decision-making along that process. Cool. So we'll start big first, and these are, as I've just sort of mentioned there, these are my sort of main drivers for why I'm sort of doing this. So player welfare and safety, and influencing decision-making and policy in and around that. So big picture stuff, okay? And then I'm a practitioner. I come from an athletic development, strength and conditioning, sports science background. So it's my aim to kind of unlock some of that, the performance coach's real human influence on that progression from point A, B, and C. Okay, so we can actually spend time helping our players navigate towards that self-awareness, regulation, and actualization of their talent. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. So to start off with, I'll ask you all this question. What do talented rugby players, injury, and physical development have in common? Anyone? Anything? Shout out. That's good, because I've asked myself that question, and when I think deeply about it in my office by myself, drinking my coffee, trying to find something to do with myself during my PhD time, it turns out I actually don't know that much. So and I'll go back a sort of a step. When I want to sort of assess or support that particular ABC sort of pathway, I'm thinking about and looking at that question, how do we meet those fundamental needs first and foremost, okay? And do we actually understand the landscape that we're looking into? So with that in mind, I've come to these sort of three sort of hypothetical questions. So what do youth athletes within that sort of pathway, that journey of A, B, and C, okay, what do they actually do? I thought I knew, but when it comes down to it, what are they doing? What are they playing, training, academic, social demands? Okay. Do we have a means of kind of not only capturing that information but assessing it and actioning that? We're not in an elite setting that is quite sort of routine and systematic. We're in a massive, massive sort of setting. So what are these players doing, and are we evolving this information? Okay? How does this affect them from an injury, illness, well-being, development? Okay, and again, is this evolving with the times and with the players along that sort of journey? And then last of all, how are we finding this out? Do we have mechanisms in place that allow us to get this information from players that were remote and constantly evolving within a system? So I've put together a plan essentially, and this forms my research, and we're looking at breaking this down into risk, demands, and development. Risks will be expressed by a prospective injury epidemiology, and the demands will look at physical activity, okay, across not only rugby but outside of that, looking at things like life loads as well as training loads. We're going to do this within the English Academy sort of system, so that makes up 14 regional academies, 1,200 to 1,600 players over 3 seasons. So it should be a good cross-section of this environment. And we've put together a purpose-built app to capture this. So rather than sort of call it an app, I like to call it a learning tool, because essentially information comes in from those players, the feedback loop starts, it goes to the coach, they need to somehow feed that back to the player, and there needs to be an action. So this here is an admin view. So we've got all the basic sort of things like, okay, squad availability and fitness, their well-being, and this is our acute chronic sort of training load things there. A player's sort of view, when they sort of log in, they'll fill in this information, they'll be able to see a little graph there. And again, it's starting to feed into, if I do A, how does that affect my graph? And then how do I feel? How does that affect my wellness? So we go back to that sort of initial why. We're going to use that process as such to hopefully influence that decision making in and around policy and welfare and safety, and then unlock the performance coach's ability to actually help navigate towards that actualization of talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions in this session, but I am sure that all of the speakers in the teaser session will be very happy to chat to you during coffee breaks and lunch throughout the rest of the day. So save your questions up for later on. quick changeover of mic, and we now move on to our next presenter, who's come to us from the University of Chester. And Nick Dobbin is going to be talking about assessing running performance.
Thank you. So what I'm going to present is data from 2 of the chapters on my PhD. Both of them centre around this modified yo-yo test. So I imagine most people in here are familiar with the yo-yo test, and a lot of work's been done in football. What we actually think is there's an element of the game that's missing in that. So yes, we can measure intermittent running, but there's more to rugby than just that. So one of the studies that I'm going to present some data on is the relationship. So we're going to look at the relationship between this rugby-specific yo-yo test and a simulated match play. The second study is a little bit more in depth as to what are we actually measuring during that. So we've added in this factor, but what changes, what happens? Because ultimately, if nothing changes, what's the point? So it forms 2 studies, really. The first one, like I say, is looking at the relationship. And we got 36 university and academy players, and they completed, we've called it the prone yo-yo, given the position that they're starting in. And that's the video we can see here on the left. And then we looked at the rugby league simulation protocol as well to try and validate that. Now, we used the simulation to control for what they were doing. So obviously during the match, there's quite a lot of variability. And Tom Mullen, who's going to present next, will go into that a little bit more. The second part of the study, we got 17 players, and they completed the two types of yo-yo test. So this is some data that we've got from the concurrent validity of the test. So this is the relationship with a number of external measures. And these are commonly used in most clubs now. You can get this off GPS units. And we can see that we have got moderate to very large relationships with a number of key metrics here. We haven't got any relationship with low and high intensity distance. Okay? And that's probably due to using the simulation, actually, and using really broad thresholds on GPS. So I think we use 14 kilometers an hour. It's probably not sensitive enough. But what is really important is the relationship that we've got here with high metabolic power. So that's of interest for me, because it's these sort of actions that we're trying to pick up on by introducing this prone position. This ability to get up quickly off the floor and accelerate hard out. We also see a relationship with fatigue index. Now, fatigue index is a measure of the decrement in sprints over the simulation. So they completed 48 sprints in total, and it's the change over time. And we also see a relationship with peak speed. So within the simulation, they do 2 maximal sprint efforts, and that's quantification of the difference between those 2. We also looked at some internal perceptual measures. So we have a relationship here with heart rate. So although they're probably doing more high metabolic power, and able to maintain sprint performance and things like that, they're actually doing it for a reduced internal load, okay, which tells you that those that are scoring better on the prone yo-yo is having a real impact in what they're doing during the game. They also perceived it as being to be less on the RP, so their exertion was less. We didn't really see a relationship with blood lactate, and that's probably down to, one, the reliability of taking blood lactate, and also the difficulty of it. When you've got 37 players, it's quite hard to get blood lactate. So the activity that preceded that first participant's very, very different to the final participant that we did. These are the results of the difference between the 2 tests. So I think there's some really interesting stuff here. But what we can see is, in terms of metabolic measures there, they're working harder during this prone yo-yo. And that's to be expected, given that they've got to get up. And I also thought, actually, it's this getting up motion that's making it much more difficult. I actually think it's more than that. It's this getting up, and then when we look at relative high metabolic power and player load, they're higher as well. So it's not only the getting up, it's the accelerating hard out. Because what the yo-yo hasn't done, and we haven't done in this study, is account for the time it takes them to get up. So it's placing a lot more emphasis on that first outward shuttle. And we do obviously see a big difference in distance. So, 36, 37% down on what we would usually expect. When we look at the relationship between the two, there's clearly a strong relationship there with them. But what's really important here is actually the covariance was 76%. So what that tells me is that 24% of your performance on this prone yo-yo is not explained by intermittent running alone. What that means is that there are factors within that yo-yo, so the getting up, the hard accelerations, that are contributing to this. And what that lets us do is measure and evaluate several different qualities. We know that the prone yo-yo now is related to the player's internal and external responses during that simulation, and as such it provides a valid test of a number of physical qualities that relate to match performance. And then just finally, the prone yo-yo can be used to assess rugby-specific high-intensity intermittent running, and it can also be used to evaluate its sensitivity to training, which Professor Craig Twist will touch on in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. A really impressive demonstration of 2 studies in 5 minutes. Well done. Now we're moving on to Tom Mullen, who's going to talk about movement patterns and load.
Thank you. So I'm going to present some data from my PhD where we look to assess the influence or effect of modifying the order of effects on the external-internal load measures during simulated rugby league match play. So as way of a rationale, we know through time motion analysis studies of real rugby league and union match play that there's a large intermatch variability in movement demands. A result of this is that we can't assess any meaningful changes of nutritional or training interventions on actual match play. As a result, various simulations have been developed, like this one here, where we take the time motion analysis data and replicate it in something like this. So here we've got which allows for obviously a reliable and more controlled model to assess any nutrition and training interventions. So here we've got the rugby league match simulation protocol. So the simulation, if you're not used to it, involves 4 coloured cones along a 28-metre linear track, and you move at varying intensities dictated by a CD, so running, sprinting, walking, and simulated contact over this coloured cones. So I've got a short clip here of the simulation in action. And after using the simulation several times in previous research, it became apparent that there was a certain element of match play that was missing. As you can see, we've got here repeated cycles of activity over 44 minutes or 46 minutes, and each minute and a half this activity is repeated and repeated again. And like many other simulations in other team sports, comprising repeated cycles of activity. So what we look to do is try and modify this movement activity to be more stochastic and match-like, because we know that competitive match play isn't in repeated cycles, as we can see here, much more stochastic and unpredictable. So what we did is compare the current simulation to a new modified simulation where we took the movement commands, made sure they were matched between the 2 simulations. All we changed was the predictable nature. So it's unpredictable and more stochastic, arguably more match-like. And here's what we found. So only a very slight change in what we found here. So looking at the subjective task load measures using the NASA task load index to show the relative contribution of mental demand, physical demand, temporal demand, performance effort, and frustration. What we found were unclear changes in physical, temporal, performance effort, and frustration, yet we found a likely small increase in the mental demand during the stochastic trial, which is interesting. We also found that this increased mental demand actually increased the perception of effort for players throughout the simulation, so the first and second bout. And we also found that session RPE was elevated following the stochastic protocol. Interestingly, given that they're perceiving it to be harder, we found that the internal load, so the physiological, so relative heart rate contribution throughout the simulation was similar. I suppose the cyclical, in this original protocol here, we found an elevated blood lactate, but this is probably due to the time between the final sprint in the simulation being different and the blood sampling. We also found that a measure of cognitive function here, so we just had an iPad-based Stroop task, and that during the stochastic trial, that cognitive function was actually impaired following the simulation. So we found that reaction time here was impaired, or greater impaired than the cyclical trial. Now, given these perceptual and cognitive impairments from increasing the unpredictability of the task, we actually found that the external loads, so sprint speeds, actually increased. So during this stochastic trial, we found that sprint speeds were significantly higher throughout the trial. And is interesting given the research we see. So if we increase the mental demand or perform a mentally demanding task before exercise, we find that external loads, such as sprint speeds, etc., are impaired. Whereas actually I found that when we perform the mental or increase the mental demand of a task during a physical task, that actually external loads, so sprint speed here, is upregulated. Now speculative, but at the moment we seem to think it's a greater association with the task when it's in an unpredictable and stochastic order, whereas in this cyclical trial, where it's predictable after a period of time, that they dissociate from the task and are more in tune with their perception of effort and downregulate efforts. So to summarise, what we found, or some of the data we found, just a small modification to a repeated cycle test, and we found that we could increase the mental demand, increase their perception of effort, impaired their cognitive function, and actually increased the external load, which was interesting. So finally, just two take-home messages from those interesting findings. First of all, is to consider how random activities are. So if we're using previously established simulations or developing a simulation, we need to consider how random that activity is and the implications of that on the variables which I showed. And secondly, consider how we condition players. And first of all, do we consider how cognitively demanding a task is or a training session? And secondly, how the implications of that might have on various variables like perception of effort and external load. Thank you for listening.
Moving on to, we're halfway through this session, it's flying by. Moving on to our fourth presenter. This is Stephen West, again from the University of Bath, who is going to talk about training load in professional rugby.
Thanks, Rachel. So firstly, let me just take the opportunity to thank everybody for organising the conference and allowing me to speak today. And I hope by the end of the session or by the end of the presentation, you'll have a good idea as to what I'm kind of trying to undertake as part of my PhD and how we're progressing with it. So in terms of setting the scene, one of the kind of areas within rugby that's kind of received quite a bit of attention recently is that of the demands which are being put on players. And it's not really surprising given that with increasing kind of congestion within fixture schedules, as well as finding the time to train in between those sessions, as well as these kind of other life demands and things like media and so on, media responsibilities for players, it's not surprising that we're getting to a point where players are starting to break down, and both players, coaches, and everybody are starting to speak out about the state of the game. And it's these kind of headlines that give me the inspiration to try and do something about it and try and give me the justification for doing my project. Over the past 2 years, I've been really lucky to work with the Premiership Rugby teams as well as the England Sevens team, supported by both Premiership Rugby and the RFU. And what I've done is I've worked with all of the teams to try and look at that relationship between training load and injury risk. And when we were trying to establish a way in which we could monitor a large group of players, this particular sentence from Shona Halson's review showed that we needed something that was efficient, simple, but it needed to be scientifically valid. And bearing that in mind, as well as the fact that at any one point in time I could be trying to deal with about 700 different athletes, the tool that we have chosen to use was the session RPE method. And not only because of the things that I've mentioned before, but also the fact that it has been shown to have applications within rugby union specifically, but also other team-based collision sports. It can also be used against in multiple different types of training sessions, and it is also correlated with other measures of internal training load. So that's our kind of justification for using that particular tool. We are obviously aware, however, that there's a really good base of other research going on looking at external loads as well, so GPS in this case, across multiple other sports. And that's something that we've built into our sevens project on the basis of it being a smaller cohort. But as well, really excitingly going forward into this season, we also have a 7-team study within the Premiership looking at GPS loads on top of the already collected RPE as well as injury data. So that's something really exciting and what we're really looking forward to. I suppose the bulk of my work over the past 2 years has been working with the teams and trying to collate a data set that we can look at this relationship. And over the past 2 seasons, we've been able to collect data from 23 out of a possible 24 clubs. This data set now looks like a set where we have over 110,000 training session scores for players in the league, and we have about 1,650 injuries which we can use to compare with that training data. Obviously, with our sevens group, because it's a smaller group, we're now going into our 3rd season of data collection, and as you can see, the number of players involved and the number of injuries involved is smaller. However, due to it being a smaller group, it means that we can look at other variables as well. So as I've already mentioned, we're also looking at GPS, and we've also got measures of daily well-being and heart rate variability as well. Unfortunately, today I'm not in a position where I can kind of tell you the outcome of my research. We're still at the early stages of analysis. I can give you an update as to how we're going about looking at that data, however. As Sean has kind of mentioned, and he's given us a really nice example today of what exponentially weighted averages are and how they can apply to determining acute chronic workload ratio. This time last year, I presented that just as a kind of a concept at that stage. And again, as Sean has already shown, it seems to be that there's something in that, and that it's something that we're going to explore with the data that we have. But not only that, and I suppose in response to Ken's question earlier, this was that study I think Sean was speaking about, whereby Kerry and colleagues have kind of looked at different acute and chronic time periods over while trying to determine injury risk, and it shows that by changing the acute and chronic time periods that we're using to calculate our variables, it may explain more or less of the variance when it comes to determining injury risk. So both of those 2 different methods are going to be used by myself, collaborating with some of the other guys at RS at Bath, so that we can try and put that all together and try and find the best way to analyze our data. And finally, on top of that, we're also going to try and employ some of that kind of uni and multivariate modeling, which Sean has already spoken about, as well as employing some heuristics like fast and frugal decision trees. And finally then just looking at some kind of high-level injury prediction, as well as the predictive accuracy of our models once we've put them together. Finally, just to end, given that it's a teaser trailer, if it's a movie theme, then we have to have credits at the end. And just a big thanks to all those that are involved in the study. So Premiership Rugby, University of Bath, the RFU, and especially the guys in the clubs who are actually doing the data collection. So thank you very much, and looking forward to chatting afterwards with anybody that's interested. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Changing university now to University of Exeter, and delighted to welcome Patrick Carden to the conference, who is going to talk about biomechanical risk factors for injury.
Thank you. Oh, hello. So I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour, just going through my work specifically with the Exeter Chiefs. So for those of you that don't know, not familiar with rugby union in England, so they play in the Aviva Premiership, which is the top tier of rugby in England. So the PhD project came about because the medical staff were interested in the development and, dare I say it, the prediction of injuries. So this led to a co-funded PhD project with Exeter Uni. And the staff are really good. They understood that there's a multifactorial nature of injury. So you get a predisposed athlete that's got a large variety of intrinsic risk factors. They're exposed to a plethora of external risk factors, obviously training load, Changes in surface, you can play on loads of different surfaces in professional rugby union, changes in footwear. You go through this process, play a game, do some training, you either get injured or you don't get injured, and it becomes a recursive process. So the first sort of small task that the staff wanted to know was, do players who sustain lower limb injuries display different physical characteristics to those who remain injury-free? So in a nutshell, can faster, fitter, stronger, who move well, handle higher workloads, play more games without breaking down? So really simple, obviously. So basically what we collected and what we did was free perspective study to date. So we collected a load of rich data at the start, pre-season. So looking at some biomechanical movements of common screening movements, also some lower limb strength markers and some physical fitness data. So following that, during pre-season, during in-season, we also collected daily and weekly internal and external training load data, and this was then married up with the injury data for those who were unlucky enough to sustain a lower limb injury. And so we've collected time loss and also medical attention injury. And what I'm trying to do at the moment is to analyze all that data, so simplistically with a logistic regression, and then trying to wrap my head around survival analysis. So in addition, we also wanted to look at what happened when you take them out of the lab and when they run on the three surfaces, so natural turf, artificial turf, and also a reinforced turf, so natural turf with reinforced fibres. And so the question there was, what influences does changing on playing surfaces and also changing footwear have on lower limb movement and also plantar pressure? So some of you that work in teams, you may either love artificial turf or absolutely hate it, and depending on where you're from, you may have some sort of inherent bias towards that. So what I found is that changing surfaces acutely didn't seem to influence player movement or plantar pressure, but actually altering stud length had more of an effect, which sort of makes sense because, well, between the longest stud and the smallest stud, there's almost like a centimetre difference. So it's pretty obvious that if you put on a centimetre, your traction's going to, or the traction's going to change. That potentially is going to have a change in or an effect in how you move. But what sort of happened is that people are thinking, well, can you actually predict injury from your more sort of biomechanical variables? So obviously there's a two-stage process for me reading this, which was obviously first to be a bit sad and think, oh, maybe they can't. But actually what's really important is the thing I first talked about is only step one. So you create your model, you collect your prospective risk data, prospective study, you identify risk factors and also define your cutoff values, but then it's very much important to do step two, so evaluate the model performance. So on a new season's worth of data, with the same players or with different players, does your screening process does it actually work? How does it perform? If it doesn't work, what would you do to change it? So that's the sort of the next step, as it were, where I'm at with the PhD project. So thank you very much.
Well done. Patrick wins the prize for coming in under time. Well done. And our final presenter in this session is Maddie Davis from the University of Oxford. Maddie is part of the Arthritis UK Centre for Osteoarthritis and Sport and Exercise. And she's going to talk today about long-term player health in rugby. Oh yes, Daria told me I had to fill. I won't do a dance. We're just uploading Maddie's presentation, and we will be going in a moment. Okay. Any of our speakers. Question for Patrick, if that's all right, seeing as he is the freshest in all of our minds. Patrick, I wonder, in relation to the stud length data, what is the player's perception of the risk related to changing their stud length?
It's very variable depending on where you play. So I don't know if you've experienced playing rugby. If you're a type 5, you're probably going to have longer studs. So you'll probably be used to that. You're obviously, depending on what surface and what surface hardness, you're obviously going to experience pain, but you're used to it because you played rugby using long studs to do the most pushing compared to the backs who often wear moldies. So it's very, very position orientated and dominated.
Thank you very much. We filled that gap beautifully. And now on to Maddie.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the delay there. So as we've already said, I'm going to present some data around what's to come in osteoarthritis and health within elite rugby. So thanks very much to Carly, Keith, and the guys who've organised this today for inviting me to present with you. So the aims of this overall project were to assess overall long-term health within former elite rugby players. So obviously rugby is relatively recently professional, so we're looking at amateur and professional former elite players. And we're looking at any physician-diagnosed morbidity, so overall health, morbidity, health-related quality of life, and comparing these to a reference population, so some general population comparator groups. And the primary aim of this was then to better understand the development of OA specifically in terms of my thesis work, developing how we can model that in a little more detail. So what I'll present today is kind of the aims that we've undertaken, the methods and some initial findings which are going to come out over the next couple of weeks. So that's a paper that's just about in press, obviously with 5 minutes. So the methods have been that this is a cross-sectional questionnaire study assessing overall health status, health-related quality of life, and comparing this to population-based studies such as the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing and the Health Survey for England. And I'll focus on the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing today, which is, I'll abbreviate to ELSA for the purpose of the presentation. In terms of our recruitment strategy, we've recruited former Oxford and Cambridge University rugby players and former English international rugby players. You can see the approach that we've taken here in terms of recruitment, and that's created over 300 former players replying to us, of which I'm going to present the data from around 259 players today, which are those who specified their former playing status, specified their sex as male, and specified their age. That's kind of cohort that I'll just present today, just so you know what we're talking with. That's 259. So in terms of the demographics, compared to the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing, these are relatively similar on age, but I'll drop players or exclude players from analyses as we talk through. And you can see that they're slightly taller, slightly heavier, our former playing cohort compared to the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing. And we've got majority amateur status, which we were expecting to see. And these guys have played on average for over 2 decades, so quite a high lifetime rugby playing exposure there. In terms of the prevalence of morbidity within this group, when we drop this down to 50 plus against 50 plus, so the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing baseline data was at 50 years. And they only asked joint replacement questions for those 60 and above. So when we're comparing like for like on age, we can see the most prevalent morbidities within the former playing population were osteoarthritis, followed by followed by high blood pressure and then joint replacement. Whereas for the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing, this was more cardiovascular in terms of the high blood pressure, heart problems, and then osteoarthritis. And as I mentioned, these are all self-reported physician-diagnosed morbidities. Moving through to standardised morbidity ratios. So this is a ratio of the prevalence within the population. So we're looking at the expected prevalence based on the English Longitudinal Study of Ageing, so based on our reference population, and we're comparing that to the former playing population. So you can see here that we see significantly less diabetes within this population. And we do see significantly more osteoarthritis and particularly joint replacement. So that's over 4 times the risk of osteoarthritis here, 6 times the risk of joint replacement. And the other cardiovascular morbidities there, you can see trending towards negative findings, but that's not what we found here. In terms of how players react to this or reflect on their playing career, overall we found that 95% of players, considering the risks and benefits of their previous playing exposure, would undertake the same process again. So relatively positive messaging there in terms of how the players reflect on their career. And then when we looked at players and how they would recommend this to their family, friends, so obviously they've reflected on that individually, but how they'd reflect on that in terms of their more societal structure, children, relatives, close friends, we saw 78% agreeing or strongly agreeing. So despite some of those negative, potential negative outcomes that we see there and those problems in health-related quality of life which come up in the paper, we see that overall this cohort were relatively happy with their previous experience. In terms of further analysis now, so I've submitted my PhD, finished up, but as always there's a lot more questions. So we're currently looking at which joints the osteoarthritis is affecting, and we're modelling that in terms of the risk factors for that development. And again, similar train that's coming up a little bit, we're looking at predictions, so whether we can successfully predict those who are getting those end-stage outcomes, so those joint replacements. So to summarise, from the data from my PhD overall, so far we've found significantly higher musculoskeletal morbidity within former players. We did find significantly lower diabetes, and despite the differences in morbidity between those populations, we found that players would do the same again. This data presents key targets for prevention. Obviously, in identifying these, we can begin to mitigate them, but also in disease management for those players who are transitioning out with this health burden. Now we've identified it, we can look at how we can best support those players moving forwards. In terms of acknowledgements, I'd like to obviously thank my supervisors, Julia Newton, Keith Stokes here at Bath, Nigel Arden, and Professor Andy Judge, everybody within the Sports Centre who supported my work, and also the clubs, players, and my steering group who's helped with that. So I'll take any questions over lunch or via email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maddie. And thank you to all our speakers. I think you'll agree it's a really excellent sort of overview of what's going on from 6 of the many rugby-related PhD students in the country. As I'm saying, I'm sure they're all very happy to chat in the coffee break and over lunch. And now I think it is time for coffee.
So I'll hand straight over to Craig for the first talk.
Thank you very much, and again, thanks to Carly and to Keith for the invite to come down here. It's very difficult to get all of this in terms of conditioning. Look at the whole picture. I mean, if we look at what conditioning is and what some of the determinants of rugby performance are, there are multiple components that contribute to effective performance, and I've tried to summarise these here. But what I do want to focus on is some of the work that we've been looking at more recently, which is part of Nick, who presented earlier, some of his PhD work, and in collaboration with the Rugby Football League. And in particular, looking at the role of sort of intermittent endurance capacity and, again, its role in terms of how we're preparing players for that, given its significance. We've heard a couple of talks about that this morning already. Nick showed you some of the data that he'd been looking at with academy players. And we've had access to about 8 clubs in total that we've been working with. And some of the data that he's looked at initially is to look at the role of sort of high intensity performance and its role with some of those key markers that we're seeing. These are changes over between bouts of playing, so a fatigue marker, if you like. And what we can see there quite clearly is that there are relationships, some of those key markers that we're taking and performance. Nick also showed you the data in terms of internal load as well. The other side of it is the role that we see in terms of, and this isn't necessarily rugby, but we also know that there's a relationship between these physical qualities and skill performance. And you can see here from some of Rampanini's work in soccer that your more fit players or your fitter players, and this is from a yo-yo test, tend to use less errors during a prolonged period of intermittent exercise that intersperses that with skill. And we've also heard again this morning, and we're seeing now these moderating factors, that fitness itself, aerobic fitness, seems to be quite a key factor within that. And Johan Windt's work with Tim and other people. And this is some of Paul Gaston's work in Aussie Rules Football, where they're looking at, again, the association between fitness, aerobic fitness and injury prevention. And I've taken a couple of statements there that were taken from that paper. And again, we're starting to see that picture emerge that those athletes, that it's a key factor for us. So on a number of levels, obviously from an injury prevention point of view, but also from a performance point of view as well. So if you were to summarise that, this would be my sort of summary of where we're at, is that there seems to be, players need to be prepared to conduct high intensity activity, so they need those aerobic and anaerobic qualities to be able to do that. But we need to be able to develop and maintain that over a prolonged period, both within a game, but then with over a season as well. And that's some of the data I want to show you in a moment for key factors in terms of the performance and injury. Now, this is some of the data that's part of Nick's PhD, Nick presented earlier. And this is some work that we've been doing. This is 6 clubs where we've got players, 134 player seasons, so it's about 70 players in total, I think, over between 2015 and 2017. We're just finishing this study now, and what we've looked at is using some of it's a battery of tests that we've been using, but in particular we were focusing on, I'm focusing here on the intermittent running data, using that modified yo-yo that Nick talked about. And what we're seeing is most interesting is this end period here, so the end of the season, which is crucial in terms of playoffs, relegation. We're starting to see now that there's a significant decrease from it's different from baseline, but it's also starting to reduce lower than the mid-season where our peak seems to be. So what we're finding is that players are generally, their fitness is dropping off towards the season. Now, this isn't something particularly new. We've seen the same sort of data in soccer, but it's the first time that we've started to show this in rugby players, that there's actually a change in those physical qualities. Now, what we're trying to answer is, why do we see that? Well, the other thing to look at is that if we look at that alongside other qualities, and what I've done here is I've translated some of Nick's data from those players from this battery into Z-scores. And what you can see here is this is the yo-yo data here, so we're dropping below the mean that the player was getting at the start. If we compare that then to 10-metre sprints, so it's actually getting better as the season progresses, the sprint data is progressing. Momentum, which is some work that I know the Leeds Beckett group have used. We've also employed that in this here, is looking at speed times the body mass. So it's a measure of sort of impact into collision. We're seeing that improve over the season. And we're also seeing counter movement jump improving as well. So it seems that some of those physical qualities are following a different trend that we're seeing in terms of our aerobic qualities. Now, I'm trying to give some suggestions why that is. Now, this is data from another club where we've looked at a single club over a couple of seasons, and this is the training load data using session RPE. And you can see quite a typical and very similar to what we've seen in the literature. Really an obvious shift there where we're moving the training emphasis. And if you look at some of Aaron's work, Aaron Coots produced some data several years ago now, where they tried to quantify the distribution of training content over a season. And that sort of fits with our model here, is that what we're seeing is a shift in terms of the data whereby these athletes are predominantly focusing on conditioning elements here, early in the sort of general and specific phase of pre-season. As we move into the early pre-season or late pre-season phase, we see a shift and we start seeing introduction of maybe friendlies and the like. And then as we move into the season, a real reduction in that training load, real shift downwards, and also a much bigger emphasis on the match load. Now, that to us is starting to raise some questions as whether, well, is that the right thing? I know that obviously the match becomes a priority, but when you talk to coaches and players, if you have a bad game on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday, things then shift, the conditioning then gets the boot. We move away from that because we want to patch things up. Coaches want to have time to make corrections because bottom line is their job depends on it. So we need to look now at, what we're starting to say is that, well, is that having an effect by this shift away? And we haven't actually got that data, and I'm quite interested in some of the data that's being presented earlier, that we're starting to see a move away from, we're starting to get some data now on training loads across a number of clubs. My feeling would be is that you're certainly seeing training shift towards a much slower type of training. Because of this more emphasis on recovery, but also we're focusing more on skilled and tactical development. So when you try and look and think, well, what could we actually do with that? And I'm going to present to you some pilot data now just to finish things off. And trying to look at some of the data here in terms of, well, what's that data actually allowing us to do? Are we able to actually put something in place in effect to try and if you like, improve some of those qualities. And when we start to look at this, we've sort of been to some of the coaches, we've talked to them, and we've asked them some of the questions about, well, what would you like us to use in that time period? And I've tried to summarise here the types of training that we might have available. So you've got what I might refer to as traditional conditioning, which seems to be fairly prominent in a lot of team sports now, so the use of high-intensity interval training and the like, repeated MAS training, maximum aerobic speed training. That's certainly become quite a common mode of training that we're seeing. We also have what some refer to as game-based or games-com. So we've got athletes that are doing very specific collision-type activities within there and trying to do that. We've then got your traditional small-sided games and then what you might refer to as old school, so hill runs and the like. Now, this is probably not something that we're going to focus on, is going to be of interest here with that. It's something that we sometimes see pre-season these days for one reason or another. But we've got other variants there within that. And I suppose if you started then to consider it, well, what is the most effective that I can put into place that, one, will have an effect in terms of some of these qualities, so this decrease in what we see as a high-intensity intermittent running, but would also be useful in terms of it's time efficient. It's not going to impact on the coaches, what they want to do. And we are going to get an effect. So we're starting to look at some of this now as part of some of the work that we've been doing in an attempt to try and address some of these, what we believe to be as our in-season sort of conditioning issues. Now, I'm not saying that this is, as I said at the start, the conditioning is a much bigger picture. We've got data that we might look at the start of the season, for example, or what we're doing pre-season to prepare them to play. But certainly this is focusing very much on that end period, what we have in terms of being able to interject, given the constraints that the S&C coach might be under during that period. So what we've gone with is a traditional conditioning approach, given sort of justification is that I'm not detracting anything from small-sided games or the game-based con, but the small-sided games really are, if you read the literature, which there's not a huge amount in rugby, but in soccer, the large variability that you can find with those because of, players can, you might not get that stimulus that you require. There's a lot that needs to be addressed within that. The traditional condition is something that we can use. That said, players don't just run. And this is something that we've tried to, sort of address in that, we've also got a contact element within there, which is a large part of the game. And that relates to some of the stuff that Nick was mentioning earlier, where we're dealing with the collision element. But what you do have is an issue here where players, or coaches in particular, don't want to address or expose players to additional collision, simply because we know there's a risk of injury. And again, they don't want to lose players in training where we can modify that. So this becomes a bit of a sort of challenge for us here, in that we need the condition element. It's not just about running. And if you look at some of the work from one of my other PhD students, John T. Norris, who's done a little bit of work, this is some of the work from his PhD that he's just recently submitted. And what he's looked at really is the types of collision that we use in training over sort of 20, 40-minute periods of training, and how they affect some of these internal, external markers or load markers. One of the things that we've argued that we don't get an appropriate, as you'd expect, there's not an appropriate collision. It alters the actual movement demands when we use something like a tackle bag, as opposed to what we've got is either person-to-person contact, even with a shield, or just running on its own. And what you can see is that we're getting a change in some of the sprint data. They're much willing to go into this much harder. And what we've tried to think is, right, well, okay, it doesn't actually replicate the collision. It's probably safer. The damage response and the injury risk is there. But it is introducing some of those elements whereby they're having to move quickly into a contact situation, then get up and then move back. So there's some element of specificity. At the same time, we're also avoiding some of these risks that might come with this, or even the sort of person-to-person contact. So what we've done is we've just run a pilot study where we've looked at only using university players here. So I would mention that before we start to take this on board and translating it to sort of professional full-time athletes. But these were in regular training programs. It was the end of the season, and we recruited a group of players. We randomly allocated to two groups. One group just did a normal sprint interval program. And again, remember the emphasis here is low volume but high intensity. And what we had the players do was shuttle back and forth for as hard as they could for 30 seconds, 4 minutes rest, and then repeat. And we did 3 sessions of those in week 1. We then applied the same the week after, but they did 8 sessions of those 3 times a week. So it's 6 sessions in total in terms of the volume. So what we're trying to do is, again, look at this low volume, high intensity scenario that could be very easily implemented as a coach at particular points where you think you need to up that. The initial data that we're looking at here is what you see at the top are the changes here from baseline. We actually got some moderate changes in both of those, so it didn't seem to have any effect whether we had the contact in there or not. We observed that there were increases in terms of the change in terms of the yo-yo distance that they covered. Also, we found that there were no real detrimental effects on any of the other qualities. As if you remember back to the slide I showed you earlier, is that we remember that some of those qualities are still improving as the season goes on and are fundamental in terms of performance. So what we suggest is that we can still improve that yo-yo high-intensity running capacity, but we don't have any negative effect on some of those other qualities that are quite important to us. The next challenge for us is to find why that is. Why we're getting that. Now, it might simply be that the players just are prepared to go a little bit harder. I mean, the changes that we see here, Nick's just done a reliability study using that. And in terms of meaningful changes, those are meaningful in terms of reliability data. So it's a real change. Part of me thinks it's the players are prepared to go a little bit harder, so that they're willing to push themselves more in the second test. But to me, that seems quite important, given then, well, are they not being exposed to that on a regular basis at the end of the season because of these concerns by the coach? But certainly there seems to be some effect there. Whether there's anything changing peripherally, centrally, we don't really know. But certainly these are some of the things that would be probably a next step here. But what we're saying from a practical point of view is that these seem to have an impact. The other point is, does it affect performance? Does that change in fitness then have an effect on how well that player is able to perform? Or reduce injury, or some of the factors that I've mentioned earlier. Tried to look a little bit at some of the data that we collected during the training study, just to give you an idea. Really unclear differences in terms of some of our external and internal markers. So
This is heart rate as average over the whole training period, not the 30-second bouts. But what you can see generally is that we're no real differences between these. The only difference that we have observed, which is a very moderate difference there, is in the neuromuscular fatigue immediately after. So it appears that there's a much greater neuromuscular strain when we're including the contact. Now, again, that might be a slower limb fatigue. What we might be seeing there is, again, another training element to that. So we are, again, hitting other aspects of that conditioning spectrum that might be useful. So as well as getting that improved intermittent running capacity, we're also seeing a change here in terms of the neuromuscular function as well. Oh, there's a greater strain there, sorry, on the neuromuscular system. We also measured fatigue over the period of time. I've only got the muscle function data here. So these were pre-trial measures of muscle function. And we also did well-being as well across that period, and we showed no change in that. So we applied it within a period that had no real effect on the players' fatigue or their performance. So what am I saying to you? So to wrap things up, I think what we can say is that physical qualities clearly influence the way that a player performs, and it will minimize or has a relationship to their injury risk. What we're seeing or we're suggesting is a shift in training focus, and that has a desirability. What we think can obviously reduce that opportunity for adaptation. So some of those players are clearly being exposed to less as the season goes on. Now, there are a number of reasons possibly for that. And we have got that data we're going to sort of explore as we start to finish this longitudinal study. But there are clearly, we feel, changes. And again, speaking to players and coaches, that's what they feel. There's a change in that emphasis. We think that has an impact then on, or we're reporting that has an impact on some of the physical qualities. And finally, I think what we can say is that we've demonstrated that here, that we can use a low volume, high intensity running program with or without collision in there that has an effect on that capacity, that running capacity. With minimal effect on additional fatigue. I'm just going to finish with a quick thank you. So obviously the colleagues at University of Chester and others that have been involved in helping us with this project, and our sponsors as well that have funded a lot of the work we've done. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Craig. I should have mentioned we'll have a panel discussion for our three talkers at the end on the sofa. Next up is Mike Hislop from World Rugby.
Thanks, Si. And again, thanks very much to Carly and Keith and the guys at RS at Bath for having me back. It's quite funny, really. 12 months ago, I actually presented at this same conference, and I mentioned when I was sat on the BBC Red sofa over there that we'd developed an exercise programme for use in youth rugby. And the results weren't yet published, and now 12 months on, it's actually great to be able to come back and share with you a little bit more of the detail that went into what was a large part of my PhD research. So as I said, really the first part of it was to go back to the frameworks, and I'm not going to spend too long on these two. These are arguably the two most prominent models that we've got out there as researchers when we're looking to reduce injury risk across any sport settings. The third stage of each of them, both the trip model and the sequence of prevention, talk about introducing and developing preventive measures, but for a long time, and certainly for the vast majority of my PhD, there weren't really many answers to how you go about starting to do that. So largely this was a series of making some educated assumptions and some guesswork in there as well to get towards where we have nothing to where we've got a program that's ready to go into an efficacy trial. And so really, if I can set the scene here, in the intervening period, we kind of got to the stage where the program needed to be able to tick three boxes. Okay, first and foremost, it needed to be backed in scientific evidence and also in theory as well, because ultimately if we're putting too much emphasis on the scientific evidence without looking at the other factors like the context and the theory, there's a possibility that we'll get a program that's absolutely great from a scientific sense, but it's just not usable in a practical perspective. And then the flip side of that is that we then have a program that's context appropriate, but it's not actually backed by scientific evidence, so therefore we don't actually have much of an idea about how it will work or even if it will work at all. So in terms of the process that we followed, really the first point of view was to go and actually have a look at the other programs in the literature, okay, and work out what it is that those programs are doing. From there, we convened a technical project group, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about these as I go through, that was then tasked with putting together the structure of the program. From there, in that period, we then filled it with the content, the exercises themselves, and put it through a pilot testing protocol with a couple of schools a couple of years ago to actually make sure that then we're getting to the stage where it's evidence-based and also we get some feedback from those guys about its use in context that we can then shift back into that process, and then we can actually go away and have a look at some of the evidence in some cases, and I'll give you a couple of examples a little bit later on of what that looked like, so that by the time we then actually get to the efficacy trial, we've got a program that hopefully will tick all of those boxes all the way through. So really the first kind of lesson I took was to go and learn from the existing programs, and it wasn't just a case of looking at what exercises they're using, it was a little bit more general than that, looking a little bit wider. So really the first point of view was to look at the training methods that it was incorporating, the principles that underpin those training methods, the injury profile in the sports that it was being used in, and also some idea of what the implementation context would look like. So what would it look like if it's being used by our target audience? And in this case, that was going to be school rugby coaches. And what we kind of found was that there were the two categories, really. There were some useful features for some of those programs. They were multifaceted, so they incorporated a number of different training methods. They were adherent to basic training principles, and what I mean by that is that they were progressive and varied, but also they had some specific content to the sports in question. They normally took about 15 to 20 minutes to complete, and they were coach-led, and they were actually capable of being adopted as part of normal practice. And what I mean by that is that they were capable of being put into existing practices like warm-ups and not causing too much additional burden on coaches by having to put on additional type sessions and strength and conditioning and so on and so forth. And also, in terms of the efficacy of the program, they targeted priority injury types. Now, that might depend on what you define as a priority injury type, whether you're a player, you might be injuries that limit your availability. If you're an administrator or you work for a governing body, that's going to be the more serious type injuries. But regardless, it's the program that targets those priority injury types. And if we flip that on its side, again, we look at the pitfalls. Again, we've got programs that aren't adherent, they're not specific, they're not progressive, they're not varied. They take too long to complete. There's an excessive focus on prevention over performance. There's no pre-season component, so they're starting it more or less from the word go in the season. There's no kind of pre-existing period to get it into the system and get people using it. It's got a poor fit with existing practices, and there's a need for special equipment. So we've started to get an idea then of what sort of factors we want to consider when we're putting our program together and what things we might want to avoid repeating the mistakes of other programs. The second lesson was to go away and have a look at the ABCs. Now, this was cited by a guy called Dai Sugimoto over in the States, and it basically talks about these specific criteria that it's helpful to have when you're developing the program. Now, not all of them are necessarily appropriate here. I just want to focus on the three that I've highlighted. And ultimately, the program has to be able to be used, so it won't work if you don't do it. And conversely, if you can flip that, the more you do, the better the effects. And again, if you include a variety of progressive exercises, that's going to be adherent to those principles, and that's hopefully going to give us the best chance of actually reducing injury risk. So from there, we then convened the technical project group, and that's where we consulted the experts back in February 2014, and mainly our task was to formulate the program structure and which training methods we were actually going to incorporate. And it was important that we had clinical and academic expertise around the table. Certainly if we were just all scientists, again, it would probably be a bit overly evidence-based, and we wouldn't really have the other guys sitting on the table saying, well, hang on a second here, that's probably not going to work in a context like a school rugby pre-training session. Okay, so it was very much a discussion around the program features and actually the feasibility of what we were proposing. So really from there, we started to develop our evidence-based program structure and content. And again, we go back to the structure. We're talking about variety, progression, and specificity. Okay, and that was largely driven by the combination of scientific evidence and clinical experience. So for instance, I'm sure anyone that's familiar with the literature, there isn't a great deal of evidence out there for upper limb injuries. There's a lot for lower limb injury prevention, not necessarily for upper limb at the moment. So actually, we relied more heavily on the clinical judgment of our technical project group over and above the scientific evidence. We thought it was important to try and stick to a similar structure to existing programs like the 11+. So again, if you look at the content that I've just listed below, we're talking about very much a specified warm-up, lower limb balance work, body weight resistance, and then upper and lower limb plyometrics and change of direction and cutting work are more intense components towards the end of that program. Okay, and then the exercises and progressions were appropriate to the needs of adolescent rugby players. That's our end goal here. But then we also have to balance that against the context in which it's going to sit. So again, if I can just list on the other side here, we've got a number of different logistical, environmental factors that we need to consider, such as the period it's going to be used in. Now, typically, a school winter term is going to be 12 to 14 weeks if you include a pre-season period. You're looking again at 15 to 20 minutes completion time, 2 to 3 times a week if possible. That's our optimal level there that we're looking for 3 times a week. Number of players are going to take part in the programme on a team basis. That's going to be about 20 to 30 players, spread between 1 or 2 coaches per team. Okay, and then we want them to be completing it prior to training sessions and matches without equipment, if possible, other than marking cones. And the other most important thing is actually these coaches might not necessarily have any experience of strength and conditioning practices in general, let alone leading a programme like this with the players. So again, what we've ultimately got, that's led to this middle point here. This is our structure. So we've got 4 phases. There's a pre-season phase, which acts as an introductory phase to get people using the programme in a period to get them used to it. And that structure stays the same all the way through in those 3 in-season phases. It progresses every 4 weeks during the in-season to cover that 12-week period. So we've got 3 in-season progressions. And then each of those phases contains 4 parts. We've got a running-based warm-up followed by our lower limb static and dynamic balance exercises, bodyweight resistance exercises that are targeted at the front and the back of the thigh, trunk and hip region, upper limb. And also one of the other things that we added in, as I'll go on to allude later, was also some work related to the neck as well. And then finally finishing off with our upper and lower body plyometrics and then our controlled change of direction and our landing mechanic exercises. So it's important there really that we consider both sides of those circles of that Venn diagram, that we've got to consider both the content. Ultimately, that's going to dictate how efficacious that program is, but we've also got to balance that it's going to be the implementation of that program as well. So the next thing was to go away and test that program under ecological conditions. So we had 2 schools that piloted the intervention program during the 2014-15 winter term over the course of the whole season. And that's quite an important thing. Sometimes it's perhaps a little bit easier just to go and test on a one-off session, and that has to be balanced against the investment that you're going to give. You've got to have coaches that are going to allow. But it's important that we get coaches using that program, getting some experience of the progressions, the timings, the exercises, and some idea of the barriers that they're using over the course of the season. That's going to hopefully give us a much richer information source that we can then go away and make some of the changes. So over the course of the season, the coaches used that across those 6 teams. And then we questioned them, we asked them for some feedback following that season back in January 2015. And there were really 2 key pieces of feedback that shaped what the program now looks like. And one was to offset the program and the phase progression. So whereas before, what we had was that everyone was getting the same exercises all the way through. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, so on and so forth. Some of the coaches said that actually that meant that for the older age groups, it just started off being a bit too basic and therefore they lost interest. So in order to make sure that it was still as decent or appropriate enough stimulus for those players, it was important then to look at other ways of doing it. And perhaps one of the more appropriate ways was to actually offset the program so that if we took a cross-section through, we could see that phase 3 of the under-15 program would be very similar in difficulty and volume to phase 2 of the under-16 program and then phase 1 of the under-18 program. The other key piece was to include resistance training for the cervical spine region. So that was something that one of the coaches mentioned, and we went away and had a look at the literature. And probably the 2 key things that came out of it were actually that neck strengthening work isn't really a common part of strength and conditioning practices, certainly in schoolboy rugby. It's much more peripherally based. And what we actually found, this study here by Hamilton and colleagues up in Edinburgh found that there was actually quite a big variability. If you look across the teenage age range, there's actually quite a lot of variability in neck strength profiles from players from under 14 to under 18. But also what it also mentioned was that neck strength training or neck strength itself was a trainable quality that could benefit from intervention. So we actually chose to incorporate some neck strengthening work there. And again, that wasn't necessarily an evidence-based practice. We actually went to the Box Smart program and some of their neck strengthening exercises and brought that in as international best practice. So really then we got to the stage where we had our program, some of the content. We felt that it ticked all of the boxes, so we actually went away and did the efficacy trial. Okay, so we had 40 schools, around 2,500 players across the under 15 to under 18 age range. Those schools are then randomly allocated on a cluster basis, so all age groups then received the same program from within the same school, so there wasn't a risk of contamination there. They either received the Activate program or a standardized control program, and again, that's quite important. They also, coaches across those 2 arms received a pre-trial Coach the Coaches workshop held for all schools between June, July 2015. And then the teams used their allocated program from August through to December 2015. And what that ultimately yielded, based on about 16,000 match hours and about 440 injuries, was that if you look at everyone, all teams across both groups, regardless of how compliant they were with using the programs, days lost to upper limb injuries were reduced by about 35%, And probably the finding that we're quite excited about, both in terms of the intention to treat and the per protocol analysis, was the reduction in concussion incidents. So by a third, almost a third, if you look at it based on all teams. But if we can get teams using that program 3 or more times a week, that represents our utmost threshold of compliance. That's 2 training sessions in a match, which most teams will be able to do. But we've got to be able to get coaches using that. But if we can do, the reductions are much more stark. We're talking about almost 70% in all match injuries, and again, frequency of concussions by almost 60. So really, the final lesson from our point of view was to think about implementation early in the process. It's often very tempting to get to the stage where we've developed the program where we are now and then say, right, let's work out how we're going to implement this in the real world. I think, and certainly that's shared by a number of other authors now, that we can actually think about implementation earlier in the process. And that's because ultimately efficacy in control conditions isn't going to equal effectiveness in everyday conditions either. So we've got to be able to balance the efficacy of the program with how we're going to implement it. And that's going to ultimately mean that we've got to look at facilitators and barriers, what's going to help coaches, what's going to hinder them from using that program, and also trying to fit in with the organisational goals. So, okay, if that's performance enhancement or actually providing players with a decent enough warm-up, then we've got to be able to go and provide coaches with the information that says this can actually help you improve your performance on the field, but also it's going to form a decent part of your warm-up. You're not missing out by including this program at the expense of other activities as well. So really the final message there is to minimise the gaps between the program and the implementation context if we can earlier on in the process. So really to finish off, it's a case of saying what's next. So over this summer just gone, we've disseminated the programme across the schoolboy game in England. So we've had a number of teacher development days across schools nationally where we've rolled out the programme to teachers. I'm pleased to now say that the programme materials are now live on englandrugby.com under that link there, if you permit a plug from me. And we're also looking at evaluating that programme in female rugby players. So again, the current programme is very much based for male athletes, okay? There's no reason to suggest why the programme wouldn't work for female athletes, but there might be certain exercises that aren't appropriate, they're too advanced. So one of the things we're going to go and have a look at is how we can evaluate the applicability and changes we can make to the programme that mean it's going to benefit female rugby players. As part of World Rugby now, we're also planning the implementation across the global rugby playing population. Okay, and then again, probably the other thing that I want to finish on as a slightly cautionary note is that this is all based on one study at the moment, so we're really, really keen to see further evaluation of Activate in different playing positions. I think it's certainly the case that in this current population of schoolboys, they're arguably amongst the most advanced in terms of their training history. So I think certainly there's other room definitely to go and have a look outside in other populations as well, such as the club game. I think I'll finish there. It's great. Thank you very much, everyone, and I look forward to answering any questions a little bit later on.
Thanks a lot, Mike. That was really interesting. And if anyone's got any questions for Mike, either in the audience here or online, feel free to feed them through our Twitter. Next up is Rich Bryan from the Rugby Players Association, and he's going to be talking about the Lift the Weight campaign.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to speak today. Yes, I'm Richard Bryan from the Rugby Players Association, here to speak today about the Lift the Weight campaign. Firstly, I should explain I'm a bit of an interloper, as I have no scientific background. I'm not a psychologist. I was a player for 11 years, then became a lawyer, and now working for Player Association. So probably slightly different from a number of people you hear up here today. Just to give you some background about the Rugby Players Association, because some of you might be aware of our work, some of you might not. We were founded in 1998. You see, an independent trade union and player association representing the rights of over 700 male and female professional players in England, academy players, all the way through to senior England players, and also assisting retired members, our alumni, and over 400 of those. And we have a number of programs in place, welfare programs in place for our members. For example, we have the personal development program, which is part funded by the RFU and the clubs at Premiership Rugby, that allows our personal development managers to go into clubs and work with players on a one-to-one basis, looking at issues such as, and helping them to develop and signpost them and give them advice on areas such as career development outside of rugby, education, preparation for the transition out of rugby, and welfare matters individually. And that's quite relevant to something I'll touch on later. We also put in place a number of welfare education programs. So we work collaboratively with the RFU and Premiership Rugby around concussion education. But we also provide education in other areas, bringing experts into clubs to talk to players, for example, on gambling awareness, alcohol. And last season we did mental well-being and resilience programs. And last February, we launched Lift the Weight, which was a mental health awareness campaign. And I'll just show you, if I may, if technology works. This was the main taster video that went out on social media and media channels to our members and to the wider public.
I think it's perfectly acceptable to put your hand up and say I'm struggling, you know, I'm finding it hard.
No, I could walk through it with other people, and it wasn't just my own battle, but it was a battle that others could sort of support me with.
To be a bit isolated and on your own is hard. It's really hard.
Rugby is and was just a shirt you wear, but you are more powerful underneath.
Speak to whoever it is you need to, but just speak. Just come out and talk about it.
Everyone has emotions, and it's just sharing that emotion. Like, I've never been so emotional in my life before.
You never realise how much is weighing you down, so actually you get that weight off your shoulders.
The best thing I've ever done as an athlete was to accept I needed to talk.
This is not spin, but I feel a stronger person now, having spoken about it honestly.
Everybody struggles.
There's more pressure on our shoulders than the weights we lift.
You know, it's okay to ask for help.
You're not alone.
Spot the signs.
Lift the weight.
Lift the weight.
Lift the weight.
Lift the weight. Lift the weight.
Lift the weight.
With physical injuries, we go to the physios. With mental injuries, don't be afraid to get help.
You can access a confidential counselling service 24/7.
So the question is, why did we produce this campaign? Well, as is well publicised, 1 in 4 people in the UK will experience mental health problems at some point during a year. Rugby players are no different. In fact, International Rugby Player Association research recently suggested actually the figure might be closer to 1 in 3 amongst professional players. And I guess you have the certain elements of life load that anyone might encounter, whether that's depression, anxiety, dependency, addiction, but also rugby players and athletes in general have those other issues as part of their career. So early retirement, long-term injury, selection worries, contract worries, which all go into the melting pot. And we have a 24/7 confidential counselling service, and that is funded by our charitable arm, Restart Rugby. As you can see, we had 136 referrals over to that counselling service over 8 years prior to our campaign being launched. And there's a great sense of, well, we have this treatment, essentially, like in terms of the confidential counselling service, which gets use. And we were doing other, from our strategy point of view, we had other ways of publicising and raising awareness around mental health for our members. So we would do send out articles to them. We would piggyback on the back of national campaigns such as Time to Talk, and we'd do wellbeing and resilience sessions in clubs. But we felt there was something missing. And we looked at other sports. And I think with it, when you work in player association, player welfare, you're always thinking, are we doing enough? Is there more that we could be doing? And we looked at some of the other sports and what they were doing. The Professional Cricket Association do some great work in this area, some great campaigns. Over in Ireland, the Gaelic Players Association and Rugby Players Ireland, great campaigns. And it's something we felt was a gap that needed to be plugged. And what's more, we have a players board, we have player representatives on our players board. And for them, this issue was really top of the agenda. Now, at the moment in rugby, quite rightly, concussion education awareness is actually top of the bill. Concussion is the number 1 player welfare priority at the moment. But for our players and our players board, mental well-being is a close second. And so really we want to drive that forward. And unfortunately, we have lost some members through taking their own lives in previous years. So we felt we could do more and should be doing more. And again, kind of, I guess the hardest thing with anything when you start out is you start with a blank sheet of paper. And I think we've probably had these three elements on it in terms of raising awareness, helping to reduce stigma, and signpost support available. That was what we were trying to achieve by promoting this campaign. But you start from say, a blank piece of paper, not a huge amount of budget, thinking, right, where do we go with this? And then there are obstacles and perceptions as well to deal with. In our experience, players listen to other players. That's a double-edged sword, as you'll see in a bit. But if players aren't talking about a topic particularly, then it doesn't get the airtime, it doesn't get that resonance. That was something we wanted to really target and make use of. But also there are some traditional perceptions around rugby, particularly. It's a macho sport that perhaps signs of, and I don't like the use of the word mental fragility when we're talking around things like we were targeting mental well-being, mental illness and mental health. But the perception within the sport that mental fragility, you can't show signs of weakness, and that might be some way seized upon, that a rugby club is as we've heard on occasion, no place for the weak-minded. So we needed to address that stigma, and you see it in other sports as well. But we felt that's something we had to talk about, and talkers was the final point, because we didn't have anyone talking about it. We didn't have players who we could at this stage who we thought had really spoken a lot publicly about this. We had Duncan Bell opening up in 2012 about his, Bath and England's Duncan Bell, his battle with depression. And we'd actually seen a spike of referrals to our confidential counselling service at the time, and then it dropped off again. And we had Johnny Wilkinson had spoken publicly about some of the pressures and demands that he had placed upon himself, but there wasn't a lot else being spoken about. And those are the things, those are the obstacles and perceptions we wanted to try and overcome and tackle. And so the campaign itself, as you've seen the short campaign video, said that got airtime across social media, across various media outlets. But we also want to produce an online hub for resources, and that's now there on our Lift the Weight website. And there are videos, there are suggestions of signposting of where people might go for help. And the big thing, not just our members, because to start with, this campaign, we were focusing on our members, and it wasn't until we actually saw the quality of what we were getting back that we realised that this could have resonance on a wider, not just rugby community, sporting community, but community in general and society in general. And so, but as I say, we didn't have anyone other than perhaps Duncan who was ready to talk publicly about this at the time. But through our personal development managers working in the clubs, working with players on a one-to-one basis, they got to know players who, or have known over the years, players who might have struggled and might be willing to talk about it, or might have different experiences in this area. And that's when we scratched the surface and found we had these 9 players who were willing and able to talk publicly about their experiences, or experiences of others within their family. So we had Duncan Bell, James Haskell, John O'Kitto, Daniel Waterman, Kane Palmer Newport, Johnny Wilkinson, Ollie Phillips, Natani Talai, and Matt Hankin. And I can't speak highly enough of these individuals, because to talk so publicly and so openly around these issues takes a huge amount, especially if you're still a current player. And they shared their stories on those key topics. You can see their transition, injury, relationships, addictive behaviours, depression, anxiety and stress. And from that, and getting those players talking openly and publicly, things just absolutely exploded from our point of view in terms of the exposure that we got. And I'll just show you my final video, just to give you an idea of the depth and the areas that these players, largely unprompted, it was just a case sometimes of just going out and just letting them speak, and how we could utilise that to help other players. So this is John O'Kitto from Leicester.
So if someone asked how should I support someone who's going through a difficult time, I'd say that the most important thing is that you actually treat them the same, that you don't change the way you were actually relating to them as people because you're scared of, you know, how they might take what you say, or because you're trying to be considerate, because actually what that does to them is makes them feel like they are different. And the last thing that I wanted to feel when I was depressed was, you know, I'm abnormal, I'm different, and you're treating me different because of that. So I'd say treat them exactly the same. Be there for them. Ask them questions about how they're doing, and don't take "I'm okay" as an answer. If you have that sort of relationship where you can get more out of that person, but be available and be responsive to and perceptive to maybe cues that they might be showing.
And so that gives you an idea of the kind of content that we had in that area around supporting others. And we had to prepare these players as well for actually, when you talk publicly around this, be prepared for people to come back to you. Because that was one of the really important things as well, because it's okay, right, are you able to speak about this topic? Fantastic, off you go. It's not like that. You have to then be prepared, prepare those players for then, well, if you're going out to social media and media, then people might come to you, and prepare players for that eventuality. And as you can see here, this was the impact that it had from a social media and media point of view, which wasn't something we were expecting at all. As I said, to start with, this started as, right, how can we help our members? And then we realised that we had something that's bigger than that we could put out to the wider public. So that impact was significant, as I say, for pretty small investment as well. And then also, in terms of what happened to things like the confidential counselling service, as you can see there, in 2 months following the campaign launch, 18 players accessed the confidential counselling service. And that has been up from that's in the 2 months following, up from 3 months in the 2 months prior to the campaign being launched. And over 50 players in total accessed the service, the confidential counselling service, during the 2016-17 season. And the previous high we'd had prior to the launch was around about 30. And so one of our challenges now is how do you sustain this impact to ensure that players feel comfortable to come and access support. And it doesn't matter if they access support via our confidential counselling service or whether they access support in the way they feel most comfortable. So it wasn't just about channeling players towards that. It was about, right, if you talk to your GP, talk to that support network that you need to in order to get help. And in terms of going back, some of the responses we had, this one was from Jacques Berger, who had retired not long previously to the campaign being launched. And Jacques Berger is perhaps the perception of the warrior rugby player, a player who had won pretty much every title going with Saracens, and yet then felt able to talk himself around his depression and how that had affected him and his family. And we see more players doing that at the moment as a result, feeling more comfortable talking publicly in order to help other players as well. So that's had a massive impact for us. Finally, in terms of what's next, really for us, what we learned from this was the power of player and athlete voices and what that can achieve. And our next challenge is how we harness that going forward to look at other areas on this topic and see how else we can help our members. So that's our next challenge. How do we continue to grow this? We don't want to have a spike effect and then see that players stop talking around mental health or it stops being an issue within professional rugby. We've got to keep that momentum going. The other point for us, I think, at the moment is tied into a wider issue, and that this is a very challenging time at the moment for professional rugby in terms of potential proposals in terms of season extension, for example, in the Premiership. And there are questions that need to be answered around that in terms of, well, what effect might that have on psychological and mental well-being of players, extending a season even further where we already have a particularly long domestic rugby season. That's something that we need to work on. And also at the moment we are actually undertaking in partnership with the RFU and Premiership Rugby, a psychological load study across the next couple of seasons led by Cardiff Metropolitan University as well. And so those are big steps, those are big issues that we want to investigate fully and make sure that our members are fully involved in those discussions as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. That was very interesting talk. Now, if I could invite the three presenters to take the hot seats. we'll take some questions from the audience and from Twitter as well. I'll grab a seat as well. So, yes, is there a microphone for the back?
Thank you very much. Hi, Mike. Question is for Mike. My name is Eric Anderson of the Sport Collision Injury Collective. Just a question for you regarding your control group and your intervention group. Did you count for whom they played their match competitions against? So I'm interested, did the intervention group play only intervention teams? Did the control group play only control teams? Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, certainly. I mean, we didn't actually have much control over the fixture list, for instance. It was largely just based on we recruited a cohort of 40 schools and then we randomly allocated them from there. So there was no control over who was playing who, for instance. And so I couldn't, obviously the implication of that question is contamination. If they're doing the pre-match routines together, you've got one control team and one intervention. Unfortunately, we just couldn't legislate for that at the time. There was potentially a possibility that you could do a geographic block randomization so that, for instance, teams that would play similar geographic, teams in similar geographic areas, you could all have them doing one potential program, but that's not something that we could, in all honesty, because just given the power calculations, as you saw, we needed, several thousand players. So, it would have been nice to do, but I think at this stage, it's just probably a bit of a step too far for us.
I guess because what I was going with that is, given the nature of the exercises that you described, could this be a case of superiorly conditioned and performing players over players who are not as conditioned and as skilled as those going through your particular Activate sessions? That's why I was asking the control intervention question.
I mean, again, something that we couldn't really legislate for in terms of whether you've got more conditioned players. Again, this was largely based on having the age groups not currently doing something similar as part of those. So that wouldn't include strength and conditioning. They could do the standalone sessions. Again, largely it was just based on getting a cohort of schools across those age groups having medical provision. Those were the primary determinants of whether a school was eligible to participate in the trial. So again, we couldn't really legislate for, whether the guys at baseline. In theory, the randomisation should have, in theory, mean that they'll be relatively balanced. But again, we don't have any baseline data to, be able to give that any equivalency.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We've got another question down here.
Thank you for your talks. Ben Jones from Leeds Beckett University. Question for Rich in terms of looking at the work for players. Do you think there needs to be some work for staff in those environments? And if staff were maybe better supported, that may have a positive influence on the players in those environments as well?
I think that's a very good point. I actually think for a lot of... That's fine? Oh, okay. I think it's probably broader than that, actually. I think all welfare education that we're providing for players actually is applicable to staff anyway. And it's something we're looking to encourage as well. So, yeah, absolutely. The question is whose responsibility is that? But I think that the programs we've run in the last couple of years, gambling awareness, we're running alcohol awareness education. Obviously, concussion education is already covered from a staff point of view and referee point of view as well. But I do agree with you. I think that the pressures in professional sport, as we can see, and not just rugby, are significant. And I think that there's two things: support for staff themselves, and then them potentially having training to be perhaps a more effective part of the support network for their players as well, and understanding of the issues. Because when we talk about stigma of mental well-being and in rugby, the attitudes around that, that's not just within the playing group. That can be a wider stigma as well from the top down. So I think it's from a whole sport perspective, you need to look at the whole sport and not just from a player group as well. So I certainly take your point, and I think that's something that the game as a whole needs to look at.
Okay, thanks. I can see another hand up, so we'll take another question from the audience.
Yeah, so it's just a quick question for Mike. You mentioned that you had the reduced rates of concussion. Do you have any theories or hypothesis on the reasons for that? And do you know, I'm sure that you might not off the top of your head, but the incidence figures before and after.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, first question, I have a couple of theories. I think, number one, I think it's a novel training stimulus. As I said in my talk, I don't seem to think that, certainly in the schoolboy game, neck strengthening isn't a common part of the practice. So I think there's that aspect in terms of the neck strength. I also think, I also think it preserves neck function. So there is a little bit of evidence out now. There's a paper published earlier this year by some guys over in Italy that actually found that doing isometric neck strengthening work preserved neck function through the season. I'm sure probably anyone that's played the game will be aware that, waking up on a Sunday morning after playing, normally your neck's quite stiff and sore. So, that's after one game. If you do it over the course of a season, I think there's a possibility that, the neck function decreases and that can have an influence. But if we can preserve that neck function, as players are playing and training, I think that's something that we need to look at. But again, at the moment, that's still a little bit unsubstantiated. So that's a theory. We need to go away and have a look at actually seeing, and not just the neck stuff, but also everything else. How has this actually reduced injury risk on a mechanistic basis? In terms of the incidence values, the intention to treat off the top of my head, it was 5 and 8. 5 in the intervention group, 5 per 1,000 hours, 8 overall in the control arm.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to move on to some few questions for Craig. Craig, I'm quite interested in the what happens in the off-season period. So you talked a little about the pre-season, but as a conditioning coach, what would you recommend for players? A conditioning researcher, maybe coach as well. Recommend for players in the off-season. Some players don't like doing anything at all. Some people keep themselves active, and how does that impact on their conditioning later on?
Yeah, I think that they need to employ something over that off season. I think part of the real thing is getting them away from the rugby, the traditional mundane stuff. But certainly, I would employ some low level conditioning, and again a change away from. I would keep the resistance training involved over that period. I think the other thing that I didn't have a chance to talk about really was the actual in the pre-season period. Is the condition that we're looking at. And there's a study came out last week on the RFL data, from the injury data. There's quite a big spike in injury data at the start of the pre-season. The start of the in-season, which is interesting. So maybe suggest what are we doing in the pre-season period in terms of the tackle conditioning. So the tackle is there's a condition element, there's also a technical tactical element. Are we preparing players sufficiently enough? And the data would suggest, or looking at some of that data, is that there's a very high incidence of injury in those first few weeks, a large proportion of which are contact injuries. So there's certainly, when you talk to coaches anecdotally, that they're trying to keep players away from that in that pre-season period simply because of the risks associated. But it would suggest that we probably need to increase or look at ways in which we could introduce a periodised strategy for conditioning, for technical tactical work that we can bring in, and the conditioning side within that pre-season. So certainly off season I would be still maintaining some work for them, but away from the sort of, just to get them away from it a little bit, the traditional sort of structured stuff. But then in seasons, pre-season, it's the tackling type stuff as well that we need to think about.
Yeah, thanks. You just artfully answered my next question, so about the higher injury rates earlier in the season. So thanks for that one. Any other questions? So we maybe one final question. Sorry. We'll take one last one from Eric at the back then. Thanks.
Craig, just real quickly, the lack of conditioning that the athlete showed at the end of the season, did you account for possibility of injury mid-season that prevented them from having the conditioning which kept them?
The players were all players that we've not looked at. We have got some of that data. We've actually got the game time as well for all the players throughout that period. So the players involved in the data that I showed you, the 134 player seasons, are players that did all 4 tests, so were available. We need to factor that in. It's a good point, whether they were injured during the season, but they were available at all time points as ratified by the medical team at the respective clubs.
And finally, a bit of a loaded one. Being that you found no real evidence between sit with a collision at the end and without, do you have any concerns about recommending the collision component of it, given our fears of subconcussive impacts from multiple hits?
I mean, the collision we've used, I tried to say in the talk, is that we've used a modified with the tackle bag. So I think some of the other data that one of my other PhD students has showed is that it really doesn't replicate the impact element and the damage response that we're seeing. Whether that replicates the injury risk, I'm not sure. But from a contact point of view, it's physiologically not the same.
It gave, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Thank you very much, Craig.
Okay, thanks, guys. We'll wrap up this session now, but thank you very much again to our 3 presenters, and we'll move on. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we reached the final session of the RSNLive17, and I'm delighted to have to present introduce different speakers, both from the RS Bath and from New Zealand. And I think I'm very excited to also wait for the panel discussion. The format of this session will be the same that we had in the previous one, so we got question at the end of it. And without keeping you away from lunch, because that's the final session before lunch, I would like to present the only presenter I could pronounce correctly the name of. So my friend and colleague, Dr. Ezio Pratoni. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I guess I should say good afternoon, everyone in the room and online. Yes, I'm here today to present the work we've been carrying out in relation to the biomechanics of tackling in rugby union with a view to injury prevention and injury mechanisms. Before I start with the actual contents of my presentation, I would like to say thank you to the RFU Injury Play Foundation because they've been supporting our work over the last few years. And although it's myself today presenting on the stage, I have to say that this has been a teamwork, and so I've got many people to say thank you to, from either the Rugby Science Group and from the Center for Orthopedic Biomechanics. But I would like to express my special thanks to Dr. Elena Seminati, who's been carrying out most of the work I'm talking about today. So high energy impacts are quite common events in all contact sports. And as such, they put players, or they may put players at higher risk of injury. Injury that can be of 2 types. We can have acute traumas, and in rare occasion, this might be catastrophic traumas, which lead to permanent damages to anatomical structures. Or more commonly, we can have repetitive microtraumas which generate a cascade of alteration in anatomy and in function, which eventually lead to chronic degeneration of some tissues and chronic pain. If we think of common contact events and we refer to rugby union, tackling is certainly the event that is most common in this sport, the contact event that's more common in this sport. It's the one that shows a high proportion of injuries, and not surprisingly, these injuries are mainly affecting upper body regions, so head, neck, and shoulders. As you may be well aware, tackling is a very open and unpredictable skill, and for this reason is a very difficult event to study from a biomechanical perspective. And I've called this the big challenge because it's a very difficult event to study, not only in terms of measuring what happens, for example, during an injury event, because the most common situation is to have, when it's available, a video recording of what has happened. And from this information, it's very difficult to characterize what were the movements that generate the injury and even the forces that were involved and were exchanged between players. But that's not the only problem, unfortunately, because if we want to understand and characterize the injury mechanisms, we need to go from the outside of our body and try to identify how those external loads translate into stresses inside our body. And therefore try to identify what are the thresholds of these stresses that cause failure in one or more anatomical element. And the link between the external world, so the external elements of the analysis, and the internal components of it is very complicated. And it's not only difficult to describe the mechanisms of this translation, if you want, but in many situations is also very difficult to identify what's the best tool, what's the best strategy to measure what we need to measure. And so there is an issue of a very difficult trade-off between having a valid representation of the phenomenon. So ideally, we would like to measure during matches or trainings, and the quality of measure that we want to achieve. And this is a shame because if this information was available, that will give a nice description of how movement behaviors may be related to injury, and therefore this information could be used to inform, for example, coaching strategies or policies, policy changes, or strength and conditioning and so on. So from a biomechanical perspective, very little is available in terms of characterizing tackles in rugby union. And the very few studies that are available were carried out in very controlled laboratory setups. For example, with the ball carrier represented by a tackle bag in a static condition. And even the study we published last year on the research we've been carrying out more lately had some limitation because, as you may see from the video, the tackler in this situation is in a static condition, so waiting for the simulated ball carrier to create the impact, and the ball carrier couldn't be brought to the ground as in a regular tackle. So what I'll present today is an update of what we've been doing since then, which Dario introduced last year, and we've finished over 2017. And I will also try to give a flavor of how we can go from measuring what happens on the outside of our body to what happens on the inside. So this is the, if you want, the quick representation of a typical testing session with a few people circling around the participant. And we have there in 60 seconds or so what happens in half an hour or more with 3-4 people involved. And that should give a brief idea of the complexity of the setting up. On the central video, we have instead the actual setup with the event. You see the tackle bag that represents the ball carrier that's projected against the player. The tackle bag has a mass of 40 kilos. It is attached to a trolley that runs on a horizontal truss above the player through a magnetic clamp that allows bringing the bag to the ground after the impact, as we will see in a second. We have a full body motion capture system to characterize movements. The players were asked to have a 3-step run up and then engage with the tackle. Force plates to measure the forces exchanged with the ground. Pressure pads wrapped around the tackle bag to measure contact forces. And then we added also inertia measurement units on the head to be able to measure head accelerations and angular velocities. The bag was projected at about 3.5 meters per second at the instant of contact, and this measure was taken from some evidence from the literature. And that's what happens after the impact happens.
and the biomechanical model that reconstructs the motion and allows us to carry out measurements. And as you may see with this new setup, with the tackle is more representative of what happens in reality. And actually, talking to the participants, they reported that the feeling they have in tackling the bag is quite realistic and therefore more valid than what we saw in previous movies. So we tested 10 male rugby union players from good university level. And we had 2 repetitions for each of the conditions we tested. And in particular, we compared tackling with the dominant and non-dominant side. And then we analyzed 3 different directions with respect to the ball carrier direction. So a side tackle, so tackling from a 90-degree angle, diagonal tackle, 45 degrees angle, and then frontal tackle, so a front-on type tackle. Results from the various measurements that we carried out. So these are impact forces or peak impact forces. We have in black the dominant side and in gray the non-dominant side, and 0, 45, and 90 represent the frontal, diagonal, and side tackle. And we can see that the highest impact force were recorded for the dominant side from the frontal direction. And we measured up to about 6,000 newtons, which means a peak force of about 600 kilos. And that was higher than the non-dominant side. And then we also recorded a trend of decrease of peak force going from frontal to diagonal and then side tackle having the lowest values. Similar results from accelerations and angular velocities, because again, the frontal situation is the one that generates highest accelerations, slightly higher on the non-dominant side than the dominant side. And also for angular velocities, we have a decrease of the magnitude of this measurement going from frontal to diagonal and then to side tackles, and higher values on the non-dominant side than on the dominant side. In terms of characterization of neck posture at the instant of peak force, we again recorded more neck flexion on the non-dominant shoulder, so non-dominant tackle, greater than the dominant shoulder, and lowest values for the diagonal type of tackling. And then we had side tackles showing the highest neck flexion above all the direction of tackling. So up to now, I've shown essentially a characterization of tackling events from an external perspective, so describing what happens on the outside of our body. But this is somehow a form of limitation, because as I said before, if we want to identify what are the injury mechanisms, we need to be able to describe so how these translate into stresses on anatomical structure. And the other limitation is that what we've analyzed here is regular tackles, but we haven't analyzed any form of tackle that may be at very high risk of generating injuries. For example, head-first contacts. And so in the next slide, I will show one element of our approach to try and get more insight into this information. So, of course, we can't use human volunteers for this because for ethical reasons, we can't put them at risk of high energy. And so high risk of injury. And so we substituted our players with an anthropometric testing device or dummy head, similar to the ones that are used for crash tests, and fixed it to a rigid frame. And then we put the head in 3 different situations. So head down position, neutral position, head up position. And then the impact in this case resembles a misdirected contact where all the load is transferred through the head. The good thing here is that the dummy head has sensors inside the neck, or what should represent the neck. And those sensors can give us an information of the forces exchanged and the torques exchanged at the level of the cervical spine. So this, again, is just a quick representation of results So what we looked at were impact at low speed, which are represented in black, and high speed, which are represented in red. And as you may see throughout the variables, so on the top line we have the flex extension torques. On the bottom line we have the compression force, and of course, as you may imagine, in different columns we have the different conditions of the head position. Not surprisingly, higher speed contacts generate higher magnitudes of the different torques and compression forces. But if we focus on the compression force, which is typically the highest component of force exchange between the tackle bag and the head form, we can see that once again, that we can see that in the neutral position and in the head-up position, the force exchanged is significantly decreased. And again, this builds up the picture together with what we saw before in terms of giving suggestion about tackling technique and the possible influence on injury. So in conclusion, we've seen that both laterality, so whether tackling dominant or non-dominant side, and tackle direction have a substantial effect on the load applied to the tackler. And these results are, or confirm, the suggestion given by some injury prevention programs like BoxSmart or Rugby Safe, which suggest tackling to happen with a slight offset angle, and therefore the tackler shouldn't approach the tackling or the ball carrier from a front-on position. And that's supported by the many different measurements I've discussed about before. And since we've seen that the non-dominant side tackle put the player in more risky condition, for example, more flexed heads and higher loads throughout the board, this could be an important information for coaching because it could drive some choices during strength and conditioning programs or even technique session to learn to tackle with the non-dominant side as well as on the dominant side. And the final take-home message is the fact that, as we've seen with just two simple examples, a single approach can't give the whole picture of what we are after. So just measuring what happens in standard condition and on the outside of our body doesn't allow us to give a full description of possible injury mechanisms. And therefore, we need to combine different approaches, in vitro, in vivo, and Dario presented last year the whole framework, also musculoskeletal modeling, so through computer simulation. We need to put ourselves in a situation whereby we can characterize what happens on the outside of the body, on the inside of the body, and also try to simulate what-if scenario of what will happen if the tackle doesn't go as expected by correct technique.
Thank you very much, Ezio. So really glad that you highlighted some of the conclusion that could be probably a good hint for the discussion later. And now I'm delighted to invite on the stage Danielle. Danielle comes from New Zealand, so New Zealand Rugby, represents New Zealand Rugby here. And she's gonna talk about the new Rugby Smart, expanding from coach and referee education to players, healthcare providers, and the wide rugby community. So I just want to remind all the online delegates that they can ask questions through Twitter, so please do. And good luck.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, so I'm coming from a bit of perspective. I actually was in the office the other day, and I don't know if anyone was in Rugby, but he came to my desk and gave me crap that I still have a picture of, I think there's a Wikipedia page with all the different possible names that each rugby position have. Originally from Canada, so, sorry, give me my mic. Originally from Canada, so I'd never actually watched a rugby game until I went to New Zealand. So yeah, it's been a bit of a steep learning curve, but really interesting. So yeah, we're going to speak today a bit about, which way am I? Looking at the New Zealand Rugby's kind of Rugby Smart program. So this is kind of the coaching referee education package that all kind of coaches and referees over the age, working with children over the age of 14 are required to do. So this was, I think, the brainchild of Ken, who's in the audience, and what it started as, again, is that education program that focused just on the coach and referees, but has been really successful. So from 2000 to the current day, we've actually reduced our catastrophic spinal injuries from about 18 or 20 per year down to 2. But over that course, ACC, which is our national insurance, have kind of provided a consistent, the same level of funding despite increase in participant numbers. So what we've actually done in this last year is ACC's kind of come to the table and increased the funding available for this program. So what we're looking to do is kind of expand the range and reach of this program out from just a coach and referee education, but also to looking in at kind of making it more player focused. So incorporating some sort of player education. We're moving into kind of touch on some of the work that's going from Rich, but into this respect and responsibility, so looking at healthy relationships. Unfortunately, New Zealand's not in a great position within the domestic violence and child abuse, so looking to try and make improvements in that space as well. We're looking on at healthcare provider engagement. Looking at the World Rugby's First Aid and Rugby course, so trying kind of the lofty goal to get one person trained in the fair course in each rugby game across New Zealand, and also looking to do build on the work that World Rugby has done in adopting a rugby-specific warm-up. So I've kind of got the pleasure to talk about kind of the concussion strategy that New Zealand Rugby is kind of looking to roll out. So again, we know that about concussions account for 15% of your overall concussion or overall injury risk. Particularly in New Zealand, we know that based on our ACC data, highest rates of concussions occur in that 13 to 18-year-old demographic. We do know that within those concussions in a sports setting, that 1 in 4 occurs during kind of rugby participation. So, and what we do know, interesting, from 2011 to 2014, those numbers have increased, which, potentially isn't a bad thing because I think there's a lot of awareness about concussions, but those have increased by about 128 per year. In schools, we have kind of a decile ranking in New Zealand, so kind of your upper a decile 10 school would be kind of come from a more affluent area where we have our decile 1 schools are in kind of a low socioeconomic area. And the increase that we've seen in concussions is not consistent across that decile ranking, so we're tending to see lower rates of concussion in those lower decile regions, and that potentially, again, is, there's probably a number of explanations for that, but probably access to a healthcare provider is probably the most likely explanation. So what we've done with New Zealand Rugby is to try and take a stance around concussion management from a socio-ecological model. So kind of looking at the ways that we can potentially reduce the risks of concussions from kind of a primary prevention, but also from a secondary prevention. It's to try and improve early identification, because potentially looking at some risks when there's that second impact, but also looking to try and raise awareness about concussions. So we've kind of given this from a policy level, so looking at World Rugby's recommendations for that 1 or 2 week stand down. We've also, in New Zealand, we've adopted the blue card program, which I don't know if anybody is aware, but now referees have now the power to issue a blue card. So if they suspect a player sustained a concussion, they issue a blue card, and that player is removed, has to undergo a 21 or 23-day stand down, and then is required to obtain medical clearance before they're allowed to return to play. So that kind of touches on our policy strategy. From an organizational standpoint, we're trying to adopting some education programs for concussion management for coaches, referees, and parents. We're looking to kind of roll out a concussion management strategy. At the community level, a number of unions have established relationships with brain injury associations. There's some very proactive, great work happening at the school system. And again, at teams, we're also looking at education and looking at creating an awareness in and around the norm, the culture, and how that affects an individual's willingness to disclose concussion symptoms. And also looking at the individual level, so the attitudes and the impacts that they have on concussion symptom disclosure. So from an education bit, we know that, you know, depending on which study you look at, that kind of underreporting of concussion ranges from about 50 to 70%. And kind of the most common reasons for that underreporting is either a lack of knowledge in around that concussion symptoms or that internal motivation, so that peer kind of internal pressure to keep playing through. There's some research coming out by Zach Kerr and out of the States to suggest, though, that education alone, improving concussion awareness, it does not correspond to improved concussion symptom disclosure. So again, trying to address those issues. There's some interesting work done with the legislative change, so the Lystead law, and also the law in Ontario where they've mandated mandatory concussion management protocols and education for players, coaches, and parents. And again, from that work, they've highlighted the importance of within the education bit about focusing on short and sharp, so single key message, using multimodal strategies, and that we know from the experiences that they've had this, they've done a great job educating coaches, but a slightly less better job educating players, and an even worse job educating parents. So taking kind of the lessons and the finding that they've seen from these evaluations of these different law implementations and trying to make those changes into what we're doing with New Zealand Rugby. And there's really a great program that they've rolled out in the States called the Heads Up program, which looks at kind of coach education in around concussion. And they've done some work to identify what influences uptake of those programs, and they found that, you know, there's this, they've kind of termed it health literacy, and that health literacy seems to correspond to higher levels of education. And what they found in those areas where teams were involved in that parents tended to have this higher rate of health literacy, there was a higher rate of health advocacy, and that health advocacy seemed to drive adoptions of these different safety programs. But when we get into these low socioeconomic areas, that there is this low area of health literacy, and again, there was poor adoption of these safety programs. And again, looking at that information, then trying to put in place incentives or support to help drive the adoption of these education programs in those low socioeconomic areas. Again, so with this new Rugby Smart program, we're going to look at developing educational resources that kind of touch on the work that's been done, but that focus on the coach, the referee, the player, and the parent, with kind of the coach and the referee being encompassed in the current Rugby Smart program. Our players, we're going to look at developing a player education component for concussions, and then also for parents, that's, you know, conducted when those parents register their child for Ripper Rugby or the different programs that they're doing. From a management perspective, we're in the process of working with CSX to develop a concussion app. And again, this is similar to what happens in the professional space with the HIA-1 and the HIA-3, but we've kind of taken a slightly modified version of it, and we've reduced the content of the program down to about 5 minutes. So what we've done this past season is we baseline tested about 32 schools across New Zealand to just see the buy-in and compliance with asking a coach or a physio to bang a team through. And so we've reduced it down to kind of 5 minutes, and we're currently just going through the data to look at the reliability and validity of this program. And then again, as I indicated previously, we have the Blue Card program, which kind of takes on that policy in around concussions. So this, again, referee sees a blue card, they can issue it, and this was developed by the Northland Rugby Union in response to a child that sustained a concussion, was told he couldn't play, but again, there was no support to reinforce the messaging, so they came up with this Blue Card program, and this has again been adopted this year by New Zealand Rugby and was a rollout across all 14 Mitre 10 provincial unions, so at the adult level, and I think there's discussion on how they roll that out further in the future. Again, this is just the process that happens when a blue card is issued. So a ref sees this player displaying the symptoms, issues a blue card. That player automatically then is noted on the game sheet. They have to undergo a 21-day stand down if they're over 19, 23-day stand down if they're under 19. They follow through New Zealand Rugby's graduated return to play. So they have the different stages, the rest, physical, cognitive rest, then graduated introduction of activity. Once they've completed that 23-day stand down and they would like to return to contact training, they have to go to their local GP. They have a form that has to be completed, that's submitted to the provincial union prior to that player being cleared to go back to return to play. And what we're doing with the healthcare providers, so we know that about 15 to 50% of healthcare providers are unaware of guidelines in and around concussions. About 33% don't use a standard protocol for evaluating or treating their concussions, when another 30% don't use any guidelines whatsoever. And this is based kind of on a meta-analysis done out of the research coming out of the States. And we do know there was another study in Oz that looked at adoption of the graduated return to play guidelines at the community level, and they found that only 22% of players received return to play guidelines after sustaining a concussion, and then of those 22%, 75% of those that got the guidelines were actually not correct. So just looking at trying to provide that information to GPs so that they know, aware of the guidelines and they're accurate. So what we've put together is a bit of a we've developed a bit of a website here. So what happens in the app is a player sustains a concussion. The team doc or manager will have that team on the app. They can go into the app and click on that player. That player will then get an email. That email will contain a unique code. They go into the GP. The GP will be able to open this website, and it just takes them through a medical clearance. So they go into this continued medical clearance. So if they have that player's baseline, they can pop that in here, and what that will do is that will bring up or they have that code, they pop that into here, that will bring up the player's baseline so that they can have, again, just some guidance on making an informed decision to return that player back to contact training. And again, if they don't, they can just, again, go through these different steps here. Yeah, so just like I said, we're in the process of piloting this, and again, looking at kind of a staged rollout of this program. We did 32 schools this year, kind of ranging across New Zealand. We ran through about 600 baselines, which was a learning experience in itself. And again, that's kind of come down to, we have a large ethnic population, so looking at modification of the language and the terminology that's used so that, it's appropriate for those age groups. And again, trying to work through with GPs in this area about that whole streamlined concussion management program. So yeah, thank you very much to Bath. It's been a pleasure to come. And yeah, if any questions, I look forward to after.
Thanks a lot, Danielle. So our last speaker for the session, for today as well, is also from New Zealand, Ken Quarry. And Ken is going to talk about injury risk in New Zealand Rugby Union. And he's going to show a fantastic data set that very few people could talk about. A study of national injury insurance claims for 2005 to 2014. So again, a reminder of the panel discussion at the end of Ken's talk. It's going to be, again, question from the audience, a question from online delegates as well. Ken is going to present from his laptop, so I need to fill the gap, indeed. But Sean is so good at filling the gap as well, making it working, I think. In terms of probably the future discussion we can have during the panel discussion, I think you can start thinking about what's the link between, for example, the biomechanical variables that Ezio presented before and the awareness that we've got in relation to the players and the coaches. And so, well, Daniel presented after him. I can have a discussion on my own if you want. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say so, but any question from Daniele or Ezio in the meantime? It doesn't work. So, I got a question from that I read just before on Twitter, and it's from Matt Atwood, I think. So if you want to ask the question yourself, please do. Otherwise, it was related to the well, you got the mic there, so.
The question was, with respect to your dummy head data, you've done quite a bit looking at kind of head-on tackles, so the head kind of neutral, head down and head up. Have you got any data looking at kind of head in the wrong position tackles? So when the player makes a left shoulder tackle, for example, or goes to, but gets their head across the player of the body, so gets essentially a forced side flexion rather than extensional kind of neutral flexion.
So head in the wrong positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. It's very interesting and very difficult to study as well. So as I said before, you can't do it with real players for obvious reasons. And it's very difficult to do with the dummy head as well, because, well, for two reasons. The first one is that the specific dummy head we have is validated for flex extension, so the quality of measure we got out of it is mostly in that direction. And the other one is that you are missing all the contribution of the body, which from what you say has an important element in there. So what we can do, though, is to use both the data from real tackles in standard conditions and information from the dummy head to inform musculoskeletal modeling. So we can create mathematical simulation of the event using specific biomechanical models, and then run all the what-if scenarios you can think of. So we are actually in the process of validating the model. So a first step has already been done, and we published a recent paper on that. But as you may imagine, the complexity of the task requires further validation before then we move to the simulation of a badly performed tackle. So yes, in principle it's possible, but there's a bit of steps to be performed.
Thanks a lot. So I hand it over to Ken. Thanks, Ken.
Is the microphone on? Yes, no? Yep. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Craig, it's lovely to see you. I've followed your work for a long time. You have wonderful tastes in jackets. One of the things that's come out over the last few years is that several papers have said there's a lack of injury surveillance information around children's rugby generally. And in New Zealand, we have a system that Danielle mentioned earlier that is called ACC. And I'd like to take you through a little bit of information around ACC and some of the data that is contained in it. It's from a paper that's currently under review. So ACC stands for the Accident Compensation Corporation, and it's a 24-hour no-fault insurance system. It was set up in 1976, and what it means is that we have numerator data, count data, for pretty much any sort of injury that happens in the country. And you can claim for, as it says, injury treatments, assessments, scans, loss of income. So if you sustain a serious injury and you are employed, then after a week or two, you get 80% of your salary paid on an ongoing basis until you can return to work. And for permanent injuries, it provides ongoing life support. And, now, one of the things that ACC does is remove the right to sue for personal injury in New Zealand. And I think it's possibly somewhat paradoxical that because there is no real downside for people to say, these are what the risks are in this activity, there is a big focus on injury prevention. Okay, I think in some places, perhaps the States, if you come out and say, hey, these are the risks, then somebody, if they get injured, can legitimately launch a suit against you if you are shown to be at fault. So it's probably a good thing overall in New Zealand, but sometimes you do wonder whether maybe the odd suit would bring other people into line. So what information do we need to assess injuries as a public health issue? It's the first step in the von Mechelen model, or the sequence of prevention model, and it talks about how many and how severe, how big's the problem. And to know that, you also need to understand how many people are at risk. What's the population that you're talking about? Because some activity could carry a very high risk per person, but if there's only a few people doing it, overall you might say, well, that's not that big of a deal in terms of a country or a city or whatever. And the amount of exposure that the participants engage in. So all of those factors count. How many injuries, how severe they are, how many people are at risk, how much they're exposed. As I mentioned, ACC provides numerator data, the counts. It provides information about the type of injury, how much each claim costs, and limited information about the activity that was going on. So, for example, we know that it was rugby or rugby union. We don't really know whether it was a training or a game or a tackle or a scrum, unless it's a really serious injury, in which we go back and get more information. But ACC doesn't provide the denominators. So we don't know what the exposure was for most activities in New Zealand. In rugby, New Zealand Rugby sort of fills that gap because we have an all-player database. And we know how many players there are at each age. So combining ACC data with New Zealand Rugby data provides quite a nice injury surveillance data set. It would be even better if we went out and did some targeted injury surveillance where we looked specifically at exposure and events causing the injury. So both of those things I think would give a really nice picture. But this is useful anyway, so I'll go through it. From 2005 to 2014, there was an average of 137,000 players per annum. Around about just under 10% of those are females now. And there were 478,000 claims made to ACC through that period, or 10% of that, 47,800 per year. Over 3/4 of those are soft tissue claims, and soft tissue claims are sprains, strains, contusions. Let me see. Around about 3% concussions and 2.1% dental injuries. Now, these are claims. So we know that a lot of people get concussions and do not make a claim. Sometimes they just figure it's not serious enough to warrant seeking medical attention. And we are encouraging people to recognise and remove, basically, to run the World Rugby line. But we want people to be claiming. There is no downside in New Zealand for claiming. You're not risk rated. You can claim as many times as you like, for as many injuries as you have. So several years ago, we wrote a paper about really what concussion is. We know theoretically that it's a brain injury subsequent to acceleration to the body or the head. But people are counting these things in all sorts of different ways. And so it's really hard to get a valid assessment of how many injuries, how many concussions are occurring per unit of exposure at the various levels of rugby. In fact, there's no real consistency across sports yet either. So it's really hard to say the rate of concussion in rugby is this and the rate of concussion in equestrian is that, or whatever. It's really tough to do that yet. This graph chart shows the likelihood of making a claim by age group, or by age. So it's minimal for the little kids. The 5 and 6 year olds are playing tag rugby or ripper rugby, where they don't actually tackle. And you see an almost sigmoid increase through to the adults. And adult players, the likelihood of a 22-year-old making a claim is just under 60% of making at least one claim per year. If we group those a little bit, just to make it easier for people to look at, we see that players aged 7 to 12 had about a 0.3% probability of making a concussion claim per year, around about 1.9 for 13 to 17-year-olds, 2% for the 18 to 20-year-olds, 1.8%, and so on down that right-hand column. The probability of any claim per season, you can see how it jumps from the 5 to 6-year-olds, 1% of players making a claim, 8%, 36% for the 13 to 17-year-olds. So it moves up really quickly there. The per 1,000 player hours figure there is total exposure. For the purposes of the paper, we've estimated match exposure as about 80% of exposure, 80% of claims, and we have estimates of training and match exposure based on draws and feedback from the provincial union staff about what their competitions entailed. So I've provided that sort of detail in the paper, but just as a summary, I've taken the confidence limits off so it doesn't bog it all down too much. If we turn it around and look at seasons played per claim, fractures and dislocations are pretty rare for the little kids. You know, they'd expect to play 580 odd seasons before they got a fracture. Most of the fractures for the 5, 6 through to 12-year-olds are to the hand, thumb and fingers, going in to try and make tackles. Followed in general by the shoulder and the knee in terms of fractures and dislocations. Overall, adults had a 4 times higher claim rate than children, so looking at children up to the age of 18 here. Players aged 21 to 25, 93 times higher rate of claiming than the little kids, 5 to 6-year-olds, 10 times higher than 7 to 12-year-olds, and twice as high as 13 to 17-year-olds. We do collect information about injury sites, and as I mentioned, the hand and finger, thumb, hand and wrist for they are 7 to 12-year-olds. The 5 to 6-year-old pretty much looks like a flat line on this graph, so I didn't show it. Shoulders, head, face, ear, nose, finger, thumb, hand, wrist for the 13 to 17-year-olds, and also knees, neck, spine. I find this next couple of lines interesting in that the shoulder is higher than the knee for the 18 to 20-year-olds and the 21 to 25-year-olds, but the reverse occurs for the players that are slightly older. So the knee injuries are a higher proportion of all their injuries claims for the older players than the shoulder. So it turns around a little bit. I just wonder why that is. So how does that sort of compare with other activities? As I mentioned, we don't have exposure data. So one way of trying to get a feel for this is to look at the proportion of claims that result in specific outcomes. And we can look at, for example, the proportion of all claims for an age group in an activity that result in hospitalisation or attendance at an emergency. Or we can look at the proportion of all claims that are concussions or the proportion of all claims that are fractures. So if we look at that, and for the purposes of just this, I've looked at the 13 to 17-year-olds because they are the secondary school children. Around about 3% of all the claims result in accident and emergency attendance for rugby. And around about 10 or 11% for rugby union, rugby league, result in hospitalisation, people attending and being admitted to hospital. And that compares with 17 to 20 for horse riding and mountain biking. So it's, yeah, I'm not trying to say these things are better or worse, but we need to understand how severe they are and what the exposure is. And it's really tough to get exposure in some of these activities. So that's fractures and dislocations. And if we look at concussions, netball stands out as being quite low there. So part of this sort of feeds into the debates that people have been having about levels of acceptable risk. How do we decide as a society whether the risks that people engage in are acceptable? And there's a lot of writing on this. The World Health Organization have come up with a series of guidelines saying things like, well, a risk can be considered acceptable if it falls below some arbitrary threshold. So less than 1 in a million occurrences per year, or less than 1 in a million deaths per year. Or it could be acceptable if it's less than a certain arbitrary proportion of the total public health costs for the country. Or it could be acceptable if politicians say it's acceptable. So there's a whole range of things. Fishoff, and who did a lot of work on acceptable risk, framed up acceptable risks as decision problems, saying we don't actually choose risk. We make a decision between alternatives, and the alternative will be acceptable to some group. So we try, the best we can do is to try and come up with the best alternative that is acceptable to a group of stakeholders. And Colin Fuller did some work in motorsport and rugby, looking at the acceptability, the degree of risk people would accept, and found that even within groups of rugby players, there was a wide range of risks or injury risks that people believed was acceptable. So it's fascinating I think it's fascinating because it shapes what sort of activities we're happy for people to be involved in. It touches on issues of personal liberty, and it touches on what's good for society as a whole. So you have libertarian arguments saying, well, people pretty much should be able to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt other people or doesn't let harm come to other people, or they shouldn't be able to sell themselves into slavery. And you have other people saying, it's not that simple, because if I fly down the mountain in a wingsuit and get injured, I'm harming people because I can no longer contribute to society. There are costs associated with my recovery, and I might be looked after for the rest of my life. So all of this stuff I think is fascinating. And one of the things that we're facing in rugby at the moment is this lack of information around the relationship between concussion and long-term health outcomes like CTE. And a relevant question is, to what extent is preemptive paternalism justified when you're not sure how big those risks actually are? You can take the precautionary principle and say, well, if there's probable cause, yep, we act. But if it's still really uncertain, when does that evidence accumulate to a point where you say, sorry, that's it, folks, we need to do something about this now? So I don't think that slide is going to show, so that's okay. So national insurance claims can provide insights into injury risk. They can be useful. We see large differences in injury risk by age. In terms of the long-term health implications, I just want to run a quick teaser. In New Zealand, again, because it's a small country, we have linked a whole lot of data sets. So these are government data sets. They're de-identified, anonymised, so nobody can be directly identified. In New Zealand Rugby, we have a register of all of the players who have played since 1870 at provincial union level and above. So one of the things we're doing is putting the information about all of the players who played from 1950 through to 1990 into what's called the integrated data infrastructure. And we will match the rugby players by socio-economic status, education status, health-seeking behaviour, a whole raft of variables, and compare the rates of osteoarthritis, dementia, cancer, cardiovascular disease, all-cause mortality for those groups, and also how they're getting on in life, their income, and a bunch of things. And the strength of that is that there are 12,000 odd people in that cohort. So we've been seeing snippets so far of 300 or 400 players who have almost self-selected into samples to look at long-term health implications. This is across the board for all those people that did it. So I think it's going to be quite exciting work. Who knows what it will show? I suspect we will see significantly higher rates of arthritis, as we already have. I suspect we will see higher rates of dementia overall. Maybe, I'd be guessing at how much, but I would suspect that it will be that case. So it'll be really interesting. But the fact is, if we don't know what the risks are, we can't manage them. We can't tell people, hey, this is what you are getting involved in. And I think it's essential that we do that. Thank you very much, Daria.
Thank you very much, Ken. So I would like to invite on the stage Etienne and Danielle. So gonna go for a quick panel discussion. So we'll have about 10 minutes, maybe less than that. So you can use that mic. So first of all, I would like to answer a question from an online delegate, and I believe that to Danielle, I think. So David McFall, he says that if GP are inexperienced, have minimal training, and are not working to guidelines, why are they the only ones to give like return to play clearance?
And I think that's a great question. Thank you. So with that, in New Zealand, there's been a push towards the creation of sport concussion clinics, where there's GPs that have a special interest in the management of concussions, which is great for individuals in Auckland or Wellington where those concussions are clinicked. But potentially where you have individuals that, I don't want to pick on Gore, but are in Gore who have limited access to, Dunedin would be the closest hospital, closest big center, medical center. So I think it's great in the areas where there's a large, a large catchment of individuals and there's that access. But particularly, we need to create something that works for, people in Auckland, but also works for, individuals on the West Coast who play rugby who, may not even have a resident GP. It may be just a nurse practitioner. So I think, it's great if you have an individual that has a special interest in concussion, but, a lot of people will only be able to access a GP. So we need to be able to provide information to those individuals as well.
Thank you, Danielle. Any question from the audience?
Thank you very much. Ken, a question for you. I really appreciate the complexity of the how much risk is acceptable risk question. And in line with that, given some research that the Sport Collision Injury Collective has yet to be published, showing about 3/4 of British school systems compel children aged 11, 15, particularly males, to play tackle rugby as part of physical education, and knowing that not all of those children will desire to play, thus they'll be forced to play against their will, how does the compulsion element change the game when it comes to debates around acceptability of risk?
There is some information, it was published a long time ago, that suggested that people take risks voluntarily that are up to 1,000 times or so greater than when they are compelled to take them. So how we frame risks is really important. I took a cab here this morning, and as far as I know, that's probably the riskiest thing I've done today, bar walking up and down the stairs. But risk is ever present, and it depends on things like how much we fear the risk, how unknown it is, how big the actual risk is. To some extent, some things are self-limiting, so there are not many people who voluntarily fly down a mountain in a wingsuit. I think we've seen changes in the proportion of players in American football over the past few years, and so people make choices based on the information that they have. In terms of compelling people, personally, I'm not in favour of compelling people to participate in contact sport, or for that matter, compelling people I have issues with for pretty much every sport. But if it is an informed and voluntary choice, then I'm happy for people to do it, given what I know about the risks involved in rugby at the moment. But personally, I have an issue with compelling people to be involved.
I would like just probably to wrap up the session, just asking a question to the three presenters, which is related to me being a biomechanist. I'm very interested to know how biomechanical measure that could be measured on the pitch or in the lab can be really useful to either inform returns to play or inform or give some weight to some claims, for example. And you kind of touch upon the idea of having this cloud with this information coming from different sources. And now there are some machine learning kind of models that could be used also to integrate different information from different sources of different type of information as well. So I would like you probably to comment on this and how it's possible, or if it's possible and if it's useful to do that.
You could probably answer the question yourself, Dario.
I don't think so.
And as you certainly know, it's again a very complicated issue, the one of identifying objective measurements to suggest what's good to do or what not. I guess that the contribution from biomechanics can come from different sides. So one is what we've shown today, so try to go deeper into the understanding of the mechanisms for injury and therefore inform policy choices or coaching strategies and so on. And there's lots and lots of work to be done there because the knowledge available is very little. And the other aspect, especially if we talk about return to play, certainly is to support the more qualitative type assessment through more quantitative measurements. So if we talk about concussion, for example, I've seen some studies appearing in the literature looking at motor control, maybe after a few days after concussion, and try to support the return to play decision in that respect. But again, very little known and lots of work to be done. So very keen to contribute in the future if resources are available.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting area because I think of, it's kind of the cyclical nature where, the research that we're doing or yourselves are doing with respect to the impact and how that affects the neck and the neck placement and the loads that we see through the head, I think is really important to drive the education messages that we, as rugby organizations provide to coaches through Rugby Smart or Box Smart. But I also think it's really exciting to have questions that are raised by coaches or feedback provided by coaches to help inform the research that happens from a biomechanical perspective. I think Mike may have alluded to it in his presentation where, they had feedback that coaches wanted to see neck exercises included in the warm-ups. So, that drove the inclusion and the activate. And I think it's this pool of knowledge that I think there's a number of individuals that are contributing to it. And I think, we're better off to be able to, the bigger the pool, the better the programs we are able to roll out.
Do you want to add something? Okay, so I can hand it over to Keith, I guess, now, or no? We're going to lunch? Yes, we're going to lunch. Okay, thank you very much for your talk, and have a good lunch.
All right, everybody, I'm conscious that we've run a little bit over, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I just want to say it's been a really great morning of talks. Thank you to our speakers for coming to share their expertise. It's exciting to see some of the directions that rugby research are going in. And on behalf of the audience, again, just thank you so much for joining us today. I'd also like to thank our online audience. A very big part of this conference is that global web-based interaction, and we've had some really excellent conversations springing up. So thank you to our online viewers for interacting and for sticking with us through these hours despite your time zones. Some of you are up very late or very early. On that note, some of you may have seen the online announcement a little while ago, but we want to give out the Nash Anderson Award for our most engaged Twitter user. And as Nash himself, the man, the myth, the legend, he's in Australia at the moment, but did make an announcement a little while ago that the winner is Kate Moores. So congratulations. And finally, thank you so much to our in-house audience. Obviously, this conference wouldn't be what it is without you. So thank you for being here. And so at this point, I will officially close the RSNLive17 live stream. And then for those of you in the room, if you'll hang for just a moment, I'll give some instructions about this afternoon. I'll just give them a few moments to cut the feed, or I'm going to look like an idiot.